Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the regular council meeting for October 2nd, 2017. Our clerk tonight will be Ms. Sheila Gurry. We've scheduled a recess for 9 p.m. so that everybody can set their watches for that. And I want to first recognize that we're holding this meeting on the traditional territory of the Nanaimo First Nations people. I want to first off give a little brief overview on council meeting decorum. A meeting of council is intended to be a place where democracy can freely take place in a respectful and safe manner. The council chamber is a workplace, and there are considerations council and staff must make to ensure a safe work environment exists. Each councillor brings to the meeting their own individual personalities, attributes, abilities, and values. Each member of council is required to be respectful, not interrupt or disrupt any other member of council, staff, or the public when they do not have the floor. Important attributes of the mayor and councillors include being fair and reasonable, objective and impartial, firm but friendly, confident but considerate, tactful and courteous, confining to discussion within the scope of the meeting and within reasonable limits of time. Therefore, will there be no jeering, cheering, or other outbursts from the gallery to ensure that anyone speaking, whether it be a delegation, member of council, or staff, is not interrupted and do so freely without the fear of ridicule. The microphones of anyone that is being inappropriate or has exceeded their time limit will be cut off. If there are any outbursts by any person in the gallery, they will be asked to stop, and if they do not comply, they will be asked to leave. A recess is another tool that we may use in order to reset the environment of the council chamber. It's our belief that if everyone is respectful of these basic considerations, this meeting and future meetings will be more effective in furthering the business of the City of Nanaimo. Introduction of late items, please, Ms. Gurry.
Thank you, Your Worship. On the addendum this evening, we are adding agenda item 5A, Union of BC Municipalities Excellence Award for Financial Stewardship, presented by Ms. Tracy Samra, Chief Administrative Officer, and Victor Mema, Chief Financial Officer. We're also adding item 5B, Public Works Association of BC Women's Ambassador and Public Works Award to Charlotte Davis, Manager of Sanitation, Recycling and Public Works Administration. And so she's already been presented the award, but we'll do a little photo shoot with you. We're adding agenda item 5C, City of Nanaimo Organizational Structure Presentation. Agenda item 7D, number 4, we're removing the Finance and Audit Committee recommendation from the September 14th, 2017 meeting for the response to social issues. Agenda item 8B, we're adding a report on zero waste recycling services. Agenda item 11C, we're adding an announcement from the Chief Administrative Officer regarding correspondence. And we're adding agenda item 15A, a delegation from Ed Chan regarding the Rosalind Goldner report, investigation, and findings. And that's it, Your Worship.
Thank you very much.
There was also an addition. Councillor Bestwick had a request from Mr. McGrath to be added to as a delegation to item 9A, development permit application number DP1054 at 440 Selby Street. So if you want to vote on that first before voting on the rest of the agenda as amended, that would be great.
Thank you. Any other council? Councillor Brennan.
Thank you. I have received a request to add Darren Moss to the agenda. I would think that would be under corporate services, under the zero waste recycling services.
That's 8B.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Your Worship, that'll be after the presentation by staff on that item that he would be added.
Thank you very much. Okay, so Ms. Gurry, are you going to suggest that we take each one of the late items or just the late ones from the floor for voting?
Just the late ones from the floor, do those individually, and then you can vote on the rest together.
So those two late additions, Mr. McGrath under the, which one was it now? 9A. 9A. Is there a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bestwick, seconded by Councillor Hong. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. The next one under Mr. Moss. Councillor Brennan, did you want to move that?
Move that Darren Moss be permitted to make a presentation on the NRE.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Brennan and seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Thank you. No discussions. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And on the balance from A to G, can somebody move that, please? Councillor Hong, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. So the motion is to adopt the agenda as amended. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is under adoption of minutes. We have the minutes from the August 28th regular Committee of the Whole meeting. Thank you. Councillor Beswick. Moved by Councillor Beswick and seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Any discussion? Errors or omissions? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one is minutes from the September 7th Special Council meeting. Moved by Councillor Beswick, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Seeing no one, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one is minutes of the Special Council meeting held on September 11th. Moved by Councillor Beswick, seconded by Councillor Armstrong this time. Thank you. Discussion, seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one is the regular council meeting for September the 11th. Moved by Councillor Beswick, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Seeing no discussion, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one is minutes from the special council meeting of September the 18th. Moved by Councillor Beswick, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Seeing no discussion, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And for the last one, the regular council meeting for September 18th. Moved by Councillor Beswick, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So our next item is under 5, presentations. The first one will be introduced by Ms. Tracy Sammer, Chief Administrative Officer, and Victor Mammer, Chief Financial Officer.
Good evening. Thank you, Your Worship and Council and community members. I have the great honor and pride to be presenting on the award that the City of Nanaimo received last week at the UBCM convention. And we have won the Best Practices, Excellence in Financial Stewardship. And it was a tremendous win, and we wanted to take some time to celebrate that with the community and recognize the leadership that Mayor and Council have provided, that the Finance and Audit Committee has provided, that the senior leadership team has provided, as well as the CFO team. The report will look briefly at, well, what are the UBCM Community Excellence Awards? Then we're going to explore Nanaimo's path to recognition. We're going to talk a little bit about our roadmap, which was the core services report, and how we were building the road ahead together, and excellence in financial management, the award that outlining the different aspects that we won and were given recognition for. So since 2006, the UBCM has been recognizing municipalities that are showcasing that they can lead the pack, that they're willing to take risks to innovate, that they're questioning the established ways of doing business and pioneering new customer service practices. So this year there were a number of different categories. They had action, excellent in financial stewardship, excellent in community connections, green initiatives, agriculture, partnerships, and organizational development and improvement. How did Nanaimo get there? What was our path to recognition? Well, it started with a 2015-16 council motions to first conduct a core services review and to restructure their committees. Those are the foundation pieces that allowed us to move forward in financial management. And under the leadership of council, staff worked with a team of consultants to audit and evaluate key operations and program and service delivery. That was the core services review, and that took about 4 or 5 months to complete back in 2016. The report determined that the city is well-positioned, financially sound, with high-quality services. And we do compare favorably with other similar-sized municipalities. And importantly, there is already positive change underway. Then the report focused on assessment and opportunities for more improvement. And we've reported out on the core services report a number of times, and on the 18th we're going to have an update on its implementation. Probably the real nuggets of gold, the things that really made this report and this study stand apart are these recommendations about the organizational activities not being effectively aligned around a compelling vision and strategic plan. And that's something that Mayor and Council tackled right after the report came out and set the vision. And that allowed staff to then focus its resources around these. The other finding that is the most significant, in my opinion, is that the organization lacked strong corporate structures, controls, and measures. And so we've focused a great deal on that recommendation over the last year on a whole bunch of initiatives. And it also said that we could improve service delivery by being more effective with up-to-date planning to reflect community needs. The specific recommendations that relate to the core services, or the corporate central services, had to do with strategic planning, putting in place corporate operational plans, using business planning more effectively and more regularly, addressing the need for a centralized capital project planning and development area within our organization, continuing to work on our asset management. That's one of the items that the city had big progress on already. The need for more rigorous project management and centralizing of that, and the addition of performance measures. We've started that work and we'll continue to do that work as on an annual basis, guided by Mayor and Council's priorities. We put the budget together. The next step is for staff to do the corporate operation plans. And in there, we allocate our resources for the various lines of business, and then we start to put in performance measures. So it's not just enough to be delivering services. It's important to start to evaluate the effectiveness of the delivery of those services so we can identify areas for service improvement, to see where we might be able to expand services. So it's quite exciting work, and we're really looking forward to being able to do that next year as part of the 2018-2021 financial plan. Another important set of recommendations had to do with putting in a set of financial policies addressing the approach that we were taking to PTEs. Purchasing and contract administration, we've reported out on that, but there is a need to centralize that and to put more rigor into the process, to see cost savings, and to look at how we manage facilities management. Now, there's a lot more recommendations in the core services, but these are the ones that really modernize a local government. And over the years, Nanaimo grew, and the core services review has allowed us to take it into 2017 and to put in systems that are similar to the best practices in other local governments. And those changes are difficult, and change takes time to do effectively, and there's always the task of having to manage the reaction to change, because the core services review has recommended monumental corporate change. It has essentially given us a roadmap to restructure and centralize our services and optimize how we do business. And that has taken all of senior management and staff to sit down over the last year, because it has been a year, to figure out how we're going to tackle each of these initiatives. And in instances where we didn't have that expertise, we brought people in to help us. What are the best practices for capital projects? What should we be looking for to make sure that every time that we go and do something, we're doing it the best way that we can? So we have used this report, and it has taken us time. It's a 2-year implementation plan, and it's going to continue to take time to start seeing more of the results. But already in a year, at a provincial level, we've been recognized in excellence for the changes we've made in the financial stewardship.
No clapping? I'm sorry.
And how we did that is Council adopted a strategic plan. We understood that the implementation of the core services would be multi-year, and we have a 2-year implementation plan. And we changed our committees, and I think the most significant decision that Council made was to create this Finance and Audit Committee. And our CFO and the CFO Finance team has taken that and run. The heavy lifting of a lot of these recommendations has taken place at the Finance and Audit Committee because it's a forum that's a little less formal than the environment that we're in, and it allows councils to sit down, roll up its sleeves, and really start tackling complex financial policies and decisions about where to put reserve investments and how best to lead this community. So those were really important aspects that allowed us to go and move forward. The other part of it is senior management. So the report comes out, these are the recommendations. My job is easy. My job is to meet with staff and create these teams so that they can start tackling each of the recommendations. And we had cross-departmental integrated teams that have met regularly over the last year and a bit to come up with ways to implement it. And I don't think we would have been as successful if it had been top-down. The real work was done by the experts in each of these different areas. When we needed to tackle facilities management, we had the head of facilities take the lead on doing workshops and problem solving and coming up with ideas on how to address this. So people that this is their bread and butter, these are the delivery lines that they do, they came forward and gave us ideas and advocated for ways of coming up with solutions for the recommendations. We didn't always agree, and there's always competing interests. People wanted to see it one way and another, but we managed to make our way through, and we've come to some great decision points. So it's been a combination of council providing leadership and the senior management team at the city coming together and being willing to make these changes. And so we're already seeing results in service delivery, effectiveness, economic impact, accountability, because when you have everybody being part of the solution and coming up with the ideas, then you have your employees and senior management buying into the new systems. Of course, some of those take more work, depending on how big the changes are, but we'll continue to work together to move these forward. So I'm happy to have made these comments on the first part. And Mr. Mema, our CFO, has expertise, is going to really take you through what type of excellence awards and what we were recognized for in our innovation.
Thank you, Ms. Summer. Thank you, Ms. Summer. So just one slide before this one. Thank you. So I'm just going to walk you through the various pieces or the initiatives that we undertook that truly highlighted the financial stewardship excellence that we have been recognized for. But before I get into the individual details here, I would like to acknowledge the work that was done across the entire organization. Part of what we learned through the core service review was to break the silos. And the approach that we took was to make planning everybody's business, which meant it's not, when we're doing a budget, it doesn't really just talk to numbers. It talks to the operations. It talks to things that we're trying to deliver in terms of the priorities that council would have set. So the results of the things that you see are a corporate effort. Obviously, some of the more strategic issues in finance obviously were led through by our finance staff, and I would like to thank them for the great work and recognize their work that they did. The first thing that we looked at was to introduce a new suite of financial policies. We are following the best practices provided by the government finance officers. They have a suite of 15 policies. We have so far looked at about 3. So this is just a plug in there so you guys realize that you have another 12 to work through. But we've done 3 so far, and we'll continue to work through those. We are going to take our time. Some of the changes that come with those policy changes obviously require some heavy lifting in terms of politics, in terms of changing the way we run our budgets. I'll talk to some of those policies as we go through that we have done. The second aspect that we've done, obviously, was to begin to regularly report out on a quarterly basis. And that covers both operating and our capital project reports. And you get these quarterly. They come through the Finance and Audit Committee in an informal way, so you can actually discuss them. The second thing that is attached to our quarterly reporting has been to begin to share with members of the public in terms of council and senior management expenses, and I'm going to speak to that in a little bit down the list. And so those changes have increased the engagement with our stakeholders, being the citizens of Nanaimo and everybody else who does business with us. We have, through the new approved policy on procurement, made the changes. We now have a set of 21 procedures. It took the entire organization to actually come together and work through those 21 procedures. All departments got involved in what would work for us. And so those are in place. Everybody has been trained. We will be engaging with our vendors coming 2018. We will have an open house in January with our vendors so we can walk them through how to do business with the city. It's important that we do that because most of the people that we do business with are really the small businesses. They may not have the resources that the big companies have. So it is important for us, part of economic development is to make sure that it is easy to do business with the city. And so we'll reach out with our vendors, to our vendors, to make sure that they understand how they can access a business through the city. We, since 2013, created asset management reserves, and the big piece that we reported to get this award had to do with the continuation of the 1% that you did at the beginning of this year, where you have continued through 2021 with the 1% going towards our asset management reserves. And that's important. Not every community has that opportunity or that capacity to actually fund their depreciation, and also, in addition to fund their depreciation, also fund an additional 1% of their property taxes towards asset management. The good news with that is that it ensures sustainability over time. What happens is if you keep your services and your repairs to your infrastructure up to date, that way you are not in a break and fix situation where you don't anticipate some of the costs that you would deal with. And so that's one aspect that we've been recognized for as well. Attached to our asset management and also our strategic infrastructure initiatives, we, at the end of last year, beginning of this year, walked you through a process of establishing a strategic infrastructure reserve. And that's your legacy fund, where you're putting away money for projects that would come up in the future that are of strategic nature, that will make an impact to the city. And so that is a funded reserve. And we fund that reserve in excess of $3 million a year. And it keeps growing. And whenever council gets to a point where they identify a project that they need to fund through that, those funds would be readily available. Now, that's very strategic. Most organizations would have a project and everybody gets excited, but there will be no money to do it. And what you have actually begun to do is to put that money away so that when you get to a project that really would make a big impact on the city, you can actually access that money. We have improved our fiscal accountability and transparency, and that's the item I had alluded to on our quarterly reporting, where we are regularly reporting on a quarterly basis. And we, instead of waiting to produce our software at the end of the year, we are producing this on a quarterly basis so that that information is readily available for people to review how property tax funds are being used. We continue with our 5-year capital plan, which goes along with our 5-year operating plans as well. But the best thing that has happened for us as a city of Nanaimo and as a leader in infrastructure planning is our 20-year capital plan that was unveiled at the beginning of this year. That report is groundbreaking in many respects. It speaks to deliberate planning. It speaks to identifying needs that you would want to fund going forward. We have pre-funded some of these things. We have identified gaps. That informs how we move from year to year in terms of where our priorities would be. This speaks and feeds into our asset management program. As most organizations will do, they will simply do their 5 years. We're doing a 20-year plan, and we are measuring this with our asset management plan. We are working on our user fees, the review. You have met with consultants who are working on this. We are on the tail end of this. We expect that sometime in October, here you will receive the report on our user fees. Through collaboration with the Development Services Group, we are working through the Development Cost Charges Review, and that's huge in itself, so that we can have some sharing of these costs and have the impact that development brings shared in a way that is fair to all parties. We just concluded a business continuity plan, and already we have been invited to make a presentation here in November in Vancouver to other municipalities as to how we unveiled the business continuity plan. And that plan we were able to put together in 3 months, and that's not a small feat actually to do. And we are now continuing to roll out that plan, and we'll be talking more about the resourcing of that plan as we talk about the 2018 budget. We have changed our mindset. We are taking a long-term financial planning mindset, which means when we do things, we're not simply looking at the budget for this year. We're looking at impact for future budgets, and that would help us to make sure we continue with our fiscal sustainability as we go forward. So these are some of the financial changes or financial procedures and policies that we have implemented across the city in the recent months. These are the things that were highlighted to UBCM, and we are grateful that they have recognized them, and we will continue to evolve as we implement cost service review so that the rest of the program is done. Finally, the next steps. Staff will continue to work together to implement cost service review. As Ms. Samra noted, we have a report coming on October 18th, where we'll report on progress so far on the rest of the report. The Finance and Audit Committee will continue to deliberate on city finances, budgets, and policies. And like I said, of the 15 policies that we need to work through, we've just done 12. We've just done 3, so we have 12 to go through. And we'll try and gem these before the elections come up. So brace yourselves. Then finally, Council will continue to provide strategic leadership, not only on finance, but also on city operations. And we look forward to engaging everybody in this endeavor. Thank you.
So I would like first to offer a round of applause for the senior leadership team and city staff that have worked to take us to this point. And then I'd like to invite the chair of the Finance and Audit Committee and Mayor McKay to the front so that we can present them with the award. We're going to photograph.
Well, why don't you actually do this?
Okay. Well, this is a wonderful accomplishment, as always, to be recognized by your colleagues and peers throughout the province, indeed. And in a time and an era when it's extremely difficult to operate in an as efficient manner as the city has in the last 2+ years is truly an accomplishment. And when I hear that we won this award, I prefer to think as though it was earned. It was an earned award by the entirety of the team that Tracy and Victor have put together. Indeed, from Deborah to Wendy to Laura to all of the staff that work with Victor in the finance department. It's truly a testament to their hard work and efforts Of course, the core services review, the strategic plan being done simultaneously in 215, 216 was a significant step in the right direction. And here we are, I think, bearing some fruit from it, and looking forward to what the next what the next iteration of our core services review looks like in terms of moving forward and advancing the hard work that's been done to date. So compliments and congratulations to the staff, and much hard work looking forward, so thank you.
I just also wanted to say that when you're trying to muddle your way through as lay people through 800 or 900 pages of a $180 million a year budget, and you're trying to determine what next steps are going to be and what your priorities are going to be and what the province is now requiring of you, it's a real challenge. And I have to give kudos to our finance staff, led by Mr. Mema, with respect to making that almost easy. Pages and pages and pages of documents with print. I swear it's 4 font sometimes, and trying to understand some of the concepts. I've been on council for 5 years now, and 6 years now actually, and just wrapping your head around some of the concepts, particularly on some of these major projects. I was asking Mr. Mema about project here just recently that Victoria is doing, and what sort of philosophy forms best practices for those projects moving forward. What do you do with your capital money that's currently paying down projects? Do you put that towards another one, or do you save up for the replacement of that asset? And it's difficult to do because people don't want they want you to use that money to keep their taxes at zero, and we know that you can't do that all the time. But they want many amenities, and there's great opportunities out there, particularly if we've got if we're managing it well. So kudos to them all. Thank you so very, very much for this. Thank you. That's all you get. You got to give it back. Thank you very much. And the next item is Public Works Association of BC awarded Charlotte Davis with the 2017 Women's Ambassador in Public Works Award. And I got to tell you, this is an employee that is so dedicated to her work, is so well respected by her colleagues and her peers, that she would earn this award. I've been very, very impressed with Ms. Davis and her dedication to the work she does and her interest in it. So go ahead. This is going to be introduced by Mr. Elliott.
Thank you, Your Honour. I'd like to recognize Charlotte Davis, manager of our Recycling and Public Works Administration. Each year, the Public Works Association of BC recognizes individuals who demonstrate their passion, their skill, their knowledge, and dedication to the public works industry. As a recipient of the Women's Public Works Association Award, Charlotte demonstrates her excellence and sets that benchmark for public works professionals to strive for, and as a role model who encourages other women to regard public works as a profession of choice. This is the first year of this award that the Public Works Association of BC has awarded this. Charlotte won over many larger municipalities than the City of Nanaimo, and there were 60 competitors competing for this award. And I think it's a testament to the hard work and dedication that she provides the City of Nanaimo. This was given at the 85th Annual Technical Awards for Public Works Association, and I think we can be very happy to have Charlotte working for us. She brings an array of knowledge from the UK and new ideas to Nanaimo, and we're very lucky to have her. And I really appreciate her being part of our team at Public Works and moving forward as being recognized as a woman in our industry, which is a very, very good thing these days. This is a very good thing. Thank you very much.
So we'd like to invite Ms. Davis up to receive the award from Mayor McKay. Please welcome her.
I'd just like to know. There you go. Thank you. I'd just like to know what would cause a woman as yourself to get into public works, particularly sanitation.
Well, I've got to say, I didn't set out to be the garbage lady, the garbage queen, as some people have called me. I guess my interest really started in ecology, environmental sustainability. And then I just discovered garbage and actually found that I have a deep passion for that world.
You heard it here first. She has a deep passion for garbage.
It's a real honour to receive the award, and I must say that there weren't many women in the audience when I received the award, and that's something that I hope to see change. I think the field of public works is ready for women. I would like to see more women being encouraged to take that move, and I think it would be a great benefit to the field.
Thank you very, very much. That is an absolutely beautiful award. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. And the next one is the City of Nanaimo organizational structure. It's to be introduced by Ms. Tracy Samra, Chief Administrative Officer. Ms. Samra.
Okay, hello again. Welcome, everybody. I'm giving you an update on the City of Nanaimo's organizational structure, along with my Director of Human Resources. Council has asked for an update, and so we've put this together. We had a discussion in camera about this report prior to this meeting, and now I'm going to take you through a number of items that are of public interest and generally speak to them. So I'm going to start with roles and responsibilities at the City of Nanaimo. A brief discussion of the chronology of the changes that have been made over the last 22 months, the rationale for these changes, what our integrated results look like. The other topic that Council wanted me to speak to was the statistics for exempt staff turnover. And then I would like to finish with an update on the constructive culture through a self-leadership project that's going to kick off tomorrow. Generally, we have separate roles and functions set by the community charter. Mayor and Council are responsible for approving the budget that includes the operation budget for staff. They adopt and approve human resource employment bylaws. They give us our mandate for collective bargaining. They approve and ratify collective agreements when they're concluded, and they manage their sole employee, the Chief Administrative Officer. There are also a couple other distinct powers that they have under the community charter. One is the mayor is able to suspend the CAO. And they also have to approve a dismissal of an officer should they be dismissed without cause at a 2/3 majority vote. My role as the CAO is essentially all the delegated authorities under the community charter and our city bylaws to manage all aspects of city operations, labor relations, human resources. I manage all aspects of recruitment, retention, training, and support, and termination of city employees. One of the basic principles of municipal labor and employment paradigm is it is unusual that a mayor or council would comment directly on the CAO's performance in public, and it's also equally unusual for mayor or council to speak directly to management issues, labor and employment that fall within my responsibility. So normally there's a really clear delineation. There's a place and a time for these discussions, and they are generally in camera, and that's why one of the reasons to go in camera deals with employment and labor. And that's because it deals with the lives of employees. Organizational chronology. So this just takes us through some of the changes that were made. I'm not going to spend much time on those, except for to look at where we are today in September 2017. We repositioned the Chief Operations Officer to focus more on public safety. And we are reintroducing the Director of Engineering and Public Works. And we've moved economic development under community development. And GIAS, consistent with the CSR recommendations, is being centralized. So why have we been making changes over these last few years? Well, there's a lot of reasons. First and foremost is the modernization of the corporate structure, to eliminate the silos and overlapping functions, and the core services validated that this was something that needed to be done, and to change how leadership works together. So instead of having 1 or 2, 3 people make all the decisions, you have a team of 10, 12 that meet regularly to talk about important operational decisions for the city. The core services review, again, telling us and underscoring the need to integrate and centralize our corporate services, and we've been recognized for that work. That was the previous presentation. And we're going to be rolling out the capital project management, facility management, and additional functions as part of this change. We also make changes to support strategic priorities. So I was able to get more support for the social wellness, affordability, housing affordability projects that are being worked on, and would like to devote more resources there because those have been targeted as priorities for mayor and council. This is what our organization looks like now, and you'll see that we have 3 main different areas: corporate services, public safety, and public services. So our Deputy CAO and Chief Financial Officer is responsible for the centralized corporate services. His area supports every other area of our organization with finance, IT, facilities, fleet. It's like a central agency for a government, and they work with all of us across the organization. Then we have public safety, because that's emerging as an area that has a need of focus, and the Chief Operating Officer is a seasoned professional in these areas and has demonstrated a great ability to be dealing with bylaw enforcement, emergency management. He's working with police services and also with fire. So he's excited to be doing that work, and he's been focused to work in that area. As the CAO, I will continue to have responsibility for working with the directors of community development, the to be soon hired Director of Public Works and Engineering, and the Director of Parks and Rec. In the CAO's office is an essential department, the Legislative Services, and Ms. Gurry, our City Clerk, will also be overseeing communications. And then, of course, we have Mr. John Van Horn, who provides support on the HR side. So we arrived at this after periodically reflecting on the changes that were happening and the pressures that were before our organization, and some lessons learned. There was 1 or 2 approaches that determined that other pressures meant a different solution was probably a better way to go. And we're happy with this final phase of reorganization, and are going to start focusing on our next steps as a city organization. But before I speak to that, there was an interest in hearing about our exempt staff statistics. There's been increased media coverage on the exempt staff turnover by the local media, and what I find interesting is it's sort of unprecedented for council to be commenting on that publicly. That could be kind of what moves the media coverage of it. But we took a look at the statistics. We were able to generate them. We pulled them for back 10 years. And they indicate that the turnover rate has not increased. It has, in fact, decreased. And we have some slides that will show you the statistics. Who are the exempt staff? Because the focus has been on them. Well, they're generally managers, directors, the HR staff, executive assistants, admin assistants that work in the CAO's and the council's office. They're generally characterized as being a more mobile segment of the workforce, and their skills are in demand. They have no seniority-driven benefits, and you move up by moving out. So I'll kind of turn this over to you to do some of the expert in the area.
Let's get to, when we looked at the exempt staff statistics and analyzed really what are the reasons that exempt staff depart, as Ms. Hammer indicated. For a lot of exempt staff, when you're looking to get a promotion, that promotion might not be available to you in your current organization, and we have had staff who have left and got a promotional opportunity elsewhere. Sad to see them go, but happy for them if that's what they wanted in their career, to be able to move up. That does happen. Election of new councils across the province. The Local Government Management Association estimates there's about a 25% turnover of CAOs, for example, upon each new election. And so that does generate movement within local government organizations and departures out of organizations. If you have an opportunity to go somewhere else and ply your trade that might fit a little better with your lifestyle, that you have that opportunity. When the opportunities open up in the other communities for existing staff, then we harvest from other local governments often to fill those positions that are created by the departures. As well, staff may have a potential or perceived or actual conflict with incoming councillors. If someone is running on a platform, I'm going to get rid of a certain individual and gets elected, that might trigger some sort of departure from the staff. New city managers also do drive turnover as well. People will find that there's differing work styles between an existing CAO and a new CAO coming in. It does happen because it changes the degree of fit for an individual. You get a little comfortable to your work environment, and when there's a change to that, you have a question to ask yourself: do you want to stay and work through it, or do you want to move on? And there's no indentured service here. People are free to move on if they wish. As well, when you realign or revise the organizational structure, that may eliminate opportunities for promotion. It may create redundancies of positions you no longer need. So there's a lot of reasons for that. As well, the recovery from the economic meltdown, and we'll show the numbers in a minute, for a period of time, retirements were put off by a number of people who, 2008, 2009 might have been eyeing retirement, and then some of their investments tanked. And they said, okay, I got to work a little while longer to help rebuild my investment portfolio, and that delayed their departure from the workforce. Those retirements are picking up again. As well, people make lifestyle choices. Having relocated from the Lower Mainland back to Vancouver Island, that's a lifestyle choice. We're an attractive place to come on Vancouver Island. Some people will want the hum and buzz of the big city. Again, the exempt staff are a mobile group in that regard, and there's a lot of opportunities out there. And if you track the number of postings on Civic Info, you can see that there's a lot of advertisements for staff at any given point in time, but that does fluctuate as well. So the numbers are small, and we didn't mean that just figuratively here. So retirements, as I had indicated before, 2008, 9, and 10 trickled down from 2 in 2008 down to 1 in 2009, 9 in 2010. But then you look, following in 2014, for example, we had 11, and then 6 the following year. So this gives you all the different reasons we have. And these are the management staff only. Ms. Hammer indicated that exempt staff encompasses a large group that includes some confidential support staff, some human resources staff. This is only the managers, directors, those sorts of positions. You see, from 2006 onward, 45 of the 96 total were retirements. Resignation was probably about a third of the number, and mutual agreement to depart 10. And then we have other reasons, including, unfortunately, 3 of our former colleagues who are deceased. So that's sort of our our turnover statistics, so 96 in total over the past 10 years. And the other point on this, and that's actually on the next slide here, I think a little more graphic, going to the point I made earlier that elections can change things. If you look, 2008, 2011, 2014 were election years, and that does sometimes generate movement amongst exempt staff. And it's not a commentary on the elected officials, it's change for exempt staff, and that's what it represents to them, an opportunity for them to check in and see, am I going to make a change myself? And even when other people depart, suddenly a great job opens up that maybe I didn't think of taking before, and now it's available, and I want to pursue it perhaps. So that can generate movement as well. Tracy, I don't know if you have any other points on this. Okay. Mm-hmm. So again, that's a graphical representation of it. Oh. So back over to you.
Thanks. So we're just taking you through some of the organizational changes and the factors that have driven us to make those changes. We've dealt with a current topical issue of exempt staff turnover. And then there's another issue that I decided when I returned to work as a CAO needed serious attention. And there is many reports and corporate records that have shown us that there's conflict at the City of Nanaimo and that it is a long-standing challenge. And we've gone through cycles of allegations and investigations and reports and legal advice. We've gotten recommendations to adopt protocols, codes of conduct, to have a respectful workplace policy, and we've changed it and updated it. So this is something that we need to deal with, I feel very strongly, in order to move forward in a good way. And so I came to council and asked for their support to do moving towards a constructive culture. So we're talking about corporate culture change through self-leadership. And it's a culture and leadership program for city management. And so that's each of us, and starting with me, taking accountability for my conduct in the workplace and my working relationship with council and my working relationship with staff. And so this program is for staff. We're going to bring together the top 10 senior leadership people and then their direct reports, which is about 40 people. And we're going to spend some time on a program about leadership change and about how do we take it from these entrenched conflicts to something different. And it's not something that I can do alone. And that's why I asked for the support of council to be able to do this. To affect real corporate culture change, you need to engage everyone, and it needs to be done over a sustained period of time so these types of change get traction, and we deal with what we need to deal with. And right now the City of Nanaimo has seen massive corporate culture change because of organizational changes and the core service review recommendations. We're not doing things like we used to do them 10 years ago. We do things differently now, and so there's a secondary step that needs to be taken is to support staff to move through that and to be able to communicate in a new way. Instead of going through allegations and investigations, creating a safe work environment where we can address one another and challenging issues with a full set of tools to be able to do that in a good way. So I'm excited about this organizational management initiative that council has supported. We're having our first meeting tomorrow morning, and we're going to start on that journey that I hope creates positive corporate change. So I'm happy to have given you this presentation, address some of the top questions about why is this happening or that, and obviously we're available to continue to provide the updates. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next item of business is the Mayor's report. So as many of you know, 6 members of council went to Vancouver last week for the Union of BC Municipalities Conference, and it was as usual, a lot of work. You're starting your first meetings at 7 o'clock in the morning, and many times you're going till late in the evening. The highlights for me were, first off, the legalization of marijuana discussions, particularly the reports from Minister Farnworth. The establishment of working groups with UBCM and the province, and they are a long way from making decisions with respect to distribution. However, the minister did say that after they've determined they're going to do a local government and UBCM working group, cannabis working group, that he stated in his quotes that legislation that leaves flexibility for local governments, saying a one-size-fits-all approach will not work. So they have to have their work done at the province with respect to distribution, and they also have to. We also have to have our work done with respect to the work that we're going to do with respect to zoning and so on and so forth. And it has to be done by July 1st next year. So they're going to be working at a pretty quick pace. The second one was with respect to affordable housing. There was a lot of discussion about affordable housing, including something that I wasn't aware of, that the UBCM has a special committee on housing. The next meeting is this month. The minister announced, or the premier announced, $66 million worth of funding for Vancouver. My question for portable housing, mobile housing that can be moved as the need arises. My question to the premier, of course, is what about us? The next one was, which there was a lot of conversation about, it was the conduct of municipal politicians. And the working paper that was done by the Local Government Management Association and the UBCM was adopted and endorsed by the convention delegates. Last but not least, on a less serious but local note, is that I attended the CDC telethon yesterday, the Child Development Center telethon, and they didn't disappoint. They raised $166,026 last night. They will help 1,800 kids this year. However, and that's something we all need to remember, is that there's still almost 400 on the waiting list. So when you help a child through the Child Development Center, you're also helping their family as well. So thank you very much. Next item is the advisory committee minutes to be adopted. The first one is the minutes of Public Works. Councillor Hong.
I'll move those minutes from Wednesday, July the 12th, 2017.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Armstrong seconds. So, see no discussion. All those in favor?
Sorry, Your Worship.
With respect to the minutes, Councillor Kipp?
I'm happy to see that cross-contamination is on the program. I've been working on this one for quite a few years, starting with the Oak Tree Manor issue that's up the street here. Back in 2015, we were under the impression that some of this was starting, but it was delayed, and I'm happy that Public Works is now moving forward on cross-contamination program in the city of Nanaimo. Thank you.
Thank you. Call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. The next one will be introduced by Councillor Bestwick.
So moved. The Finance and Audit Committee meeting held Thursday, August 10, 2017.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Kipp. Seeing no discussion, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one to be introduced by Councillor Armstrong.
Move the minutes of the Open Community Engagement Committee meeting held Friday, 2017, August 17.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Yoakum. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one, number 4, to be introduced by Councillor Armstrong.
So move the minutes of the Open Community Engagement Committee meeting held on Thursday, August 24, 2017. There's a typo there.
August 2047?
Yeah. Should refer to 2017.
All right. Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Thorpe. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is under administration, item 7B, and that's the acting mayor schedule. There's a recommendation on page 54.
Move the recommendation. Second.
Moved by Councillor Kipp and seconded by Councillor Bestwick. Any discussion? Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any problem with the calendar. I'm just curious, though, how the rotation was determined.
Right, I can't answer that. Ms. Gurry?
Well, according to the Deputy Corporate Officer, Ms. Snellgrove, it was based on last year with some slight changes. So it's just basically a redo of last year with some slight modifications. But it was determined by us just based on the acting mayor schedule for this year and past years.
And if I may, again, I don't have any problem with it, but I do recall about a year ago that, I don't know if it was Councillor Hong, had expressed a desire for certain changes or alterations from year to year, so I just wanted to make sure that was taken into account.
Yes, it was.
Thank you.
And just to say that it's been, the time lengths have been slightly reduced based on the fact that it only goes till November 3rd, am I correct? Inauguration day is 3rd or 4th? 5th, okay, so it goes to the 4th. Thank you very much. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one is the Select Committee Key Date Calendars. There's a recommendation on page 57. Moved the motion by Councillor Bestwick, seconded by Councillor Kipp. Any discussion? Seeing none, call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. The next one is committee recommendations. Now, were these going to be introduced by someone, Ms. Curry, or just run with them the way they are?
Thank you, Your Worship. They're all Finance and Audit Committee recommendations, with the one being removed. So if Councillor Bestwick, as the chair, would like to read out the recommendations or move the recommendations, that would be great.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. From the Finance and Audit Committee meeting of September 14, 2017, item number 1 is Cliff McNabb Arena lighting repair and upgrade. At the Finance and Audit Committee meeting, the committee recommend council approve upgrading of Cliff McNabb Arena lighting to LED in 2017 for a total cost of $24,853 using funds from the Sustainability Reserve.
Thank you. That's moved by Councillor Bestwick. Seconded by Councillor Hong.
LED lights.
Thank you. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
From the same meeting, the Extreme Weather Shelter 2017-2018 funding request that the Finance and Audit Committee recommend council approve the request from the First Unitarian Fellowship of Nanaimo for $45,000 in funding to operate the Extreme Weather Shelter over the 2017 and 2018 season.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Thank you. Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you. Just a quick question I have, because it's going to come sooner or later, regarding the youth shelter. I know, is this the place to have that quick question?
I'm sure.
I'm just wondering if there's space in that for the youth, Kevin and the good work they do over there at the First Unitarian, to have a space allotted for youth shelter this year. So we're ahead of the winter. And also my second piece is, statistically, I don't know if it's how accurate I am, but if the youth that are using the shelter, which I'll wait, because that's the Telecom Lalem question. So I just want to question if there's space in there for the First Unitarian for the youth, because if it is, we should make space now. Because I remember last year they were talking about space if they're permitted to have kids there and whatnot. So I just want to put that out there to, I guess, Dale. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Worship. Certainly, the delegations that were received at the Finance and Audit Committee indicated there was limited potential, but there was some potential to accommodate youth in that facility, yes.
Just to follow up, then, thank you, because when we have this, I think, more conversation down the road on this, I'm assuming. So I want to make sure we're not, the youth that come from MCFD or even my agency, there's funding for that. I don't want to see the offloading those costs. Not saying the youth shouldn't be serviced, but the right appropriate funding streams, because I think there was quite a bit of offloading going on last winter. But I'll wait for the right appropriate conversation. Thank you.
Councillor Brennan.
Hi, thank you. I'd take this opportunity to do a bit of a plug. There has been a change in government. There has been an intention to look at the services we provide to children in care. So I, like Councillor Yoakum, hope that the the amount of funding that's in that pocket is increased and that we get a fair share.
Thank you. So, it's been moved and seconded. Call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Council expenses for the 6 months ending June 30, 2017 was brought to the Finance and Audit Committee, and the committee recommends that Council receive the Council expenses for the 6 months ending 2017, June 30th, the report dated September 14, 2017, for information.
Thank you. So it's been moved, seconded. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Kemp. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. So the next one's under, we're now into 8 under corporate services. This one, the first one is the property tax exemption bylaw. There's a recommendation on page 68. Councillor Armstrong.
Recommendation that property tax exemption bylaw 2017, number 7251, to provide exemptions from 2018 property taxes pass first reading.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Discussion. Councillor Yoakum.
Yeah, thank you. Just quickly going through that list, and just wondering on there's I think I've seen 2 properties by Island Corridor Foundation. I'm just seeking why because I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, it wouldn't be the first time that they've charged for the railroad crossings and whatnot, and why they'd be seeking permissive tax exemption. I don't have the exact page on the list. So my question about there, are they for profit? Are they receiving funds? And why they'd be seeking tax exemption from the citizens of Nanaimo? Thank you.
Is there any staff that can answer this question?
Through the chair to Councillor Yoakum. The Island Corridor Foundation is a non-profit society, and as well as that, they have a contract with the City of Nanaimo, Lantzville, and the Regional District that we will provide them permissive tax exemption for their properties within our boundaries.
Okay, just and this isn't at you, ma'am, at all. This a question. I'll email. It's going to like all those other great places, the churches and Loaves and Fishes and whatnot. Well, I'm just wondering what we get as citizens of Nanaimo get in return. This isn't at you, so it's not a fair question. So I'll wait to email the appropriate people. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
Through you to staff, the ICF, you mentioned we have a contract with them to provide those services. Is that essentially, like all of the other permissive tax exemptions, a 3-year ongoing thing, type of thing that gets reviewed every 3 years? Or is this a forever and ever contract with Island Corridor Foundation services? And if not, I think the potential would be there when the review happens in 2018 to make some changes.
Through the chair to Councillor, the contract with the Inland Corridor Foundation resulted in a bylaw that was adopted by council for a 10-year exemption. There was a number of properties that we had, and then the ICF they got a couple of extra properties that they came forward to us and requested the permissive tax exemption. So those are 2 on the current bylaw that you see. The other contract is approximately $100,000 worth of exemption, but it's a 10-year bylaw that council adopted. I believe it's up in about 2023.
Wow. Thank you.
I see Mr. Memo with his finger poised. No? Okay. Thank you. It's moved and seconded. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Councillor Armstrong.
The property tax exemption bylaw 2017, number 7251, pass second reading. And
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Discussion. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. The next one.
the property tax exemption bylaw 2017, number 7251, pass third reading.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. The next item.
Your Worship,
Yes.
I'm just wondering, we skipped over recommendation 4 from the, we took
was
it off right
removed.
at the beginning when we,
Yeah.
I never got an explanation for that. Does anybody have one?
Mr. Bema.
Through the chair to Councillor Brennan, we're going to bring this at the next meeting. What had happened is we had identified the need, but we hadn't identified the funding source. So that's what we're working on right now.
Thank you.
Okay. So for everyone's reference, that was actually 7, number 4. 7D4. You're referencing. Great, thank you. So the next one is the Zero Waste Recycling Services. There's a report included in the addendum to be introduced by Mr. John Elliott, Senior Manager, Public Works. Mr. Elliott.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm here to introduce the Zero Waste Recycling Services report. This report was prepared in response to a motion made at the council meeting on September 18th, where staff were asked to bring forward information about Nanaimo Recycling Exchange within a 2-week period. This report was issued as an addendum due to the short timelines. The aim of this report is to provide council with a number of options regarding the provision of zero waste recycling services in Nanaimo, like those provided by the NRE. The report recommends that council refer the issue of provision of such services to the Regional District of Nanaimo, and we have staff here to answer questions.
Thank you. I see no questions at this particular point in time. Is there anyone prepared to move? Oh, pardon me. No questions? Okay, so we now have a delegation. Pardon me. Mr. Darren Moss. Thank you, sir. You have up to 10 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Darren Moss. I'm the construction manager for Nanaimo Recycling Exchange as they plan their potential renovation at their future site. Thank you again for allowing me to come on short notice. All I'm here to do tonight is just to answer some of the questions that came up about site investigation and constructability at the September 18th discussion, just so council has all the facts as you go forward to make this decision. So I came on board earlier this year as the construction manager for Nanaimo Recycling Exchange and joined them as they started to bring together the current iteration of the proposed facility. Since they purchased their property, they have gone through, this is their second iteration of design, and as part of those processes, they've been through a number of due diligence reports and efforts to make sure that they fully understand the project. And I thought tonight I could take the opportunity just to share a real quick summary of those due diligence pieces that have taken place so you guys are well informed as to the background on that procedure. The first one they undertook was an environmental study. As they bought the property, they had to undergo the environmental studies. That study furthered previous studies and came back and concluded that the property was safe for the intended use and did not pose any undue risk to the property. They then moved on to the geotechnical side of things, investigating mine workings and bearing and challenges based on the building type that they were talking about. That came back as supporting the development. One of the more challenging ones they had to work their way through was the stormwater management piece, being just upstream from Divers Lake and handling certain larger products such as compostable material, that kind of thing. There are many very stringent standards that get imposed on that development. And so they hired an independent consultant to do an assessment of the civil design to make sure that it complied with many jurisdictions from provincial down to municipal level guidelines and bylaws. And at that time it did pass that. They also hired an independent consultant to do a traffic study on the property to ensure that they optimized traffic flow on the property and that the impact of the site was well understood. That report made certain recommendations that have been incorporated into the current iteration of the design. As we move on to the second iteration of the design that most of you have had a chance to see, we've also been able to conclude all the conversations with utilities around the site. It's a bit of a challenging site because there's 3 street frontages, and those conversations are critical when you understand the financial implications of developing a site and the off-site works. Those conversations have been completed with all the utilities. Zoning and permitting. So the site is zoned I2, which permits the intended use. However, there was a variance that came through as part of the development permit application about the amount of the use that could be contained within a building versus the amount that could be outside and open. That was approved by council on, I think it was the September 11th, is that right? Yep, September 11th council meeting, and at the same time you guys approved the development permit application for the current iteration. The consulting team has progressed on the drawings since that point, and they are now at a building permit issuance stage in the next week or two. And the importance of that for just the reliability of the design and the costing is when you're at sort of a schematic design stage in a project, the best you can hope for is a Class D estimate, which is a historical comparison to previous projects. Once you get to about a building level or building to permit set of drawings, you start to be able to work on an elemental basis. So you can take off square footages of different siding materials, windows, and start to apply more current market values. So it just increases the level of reliability on that budget number. The other question that I heard that came up was the question about toxic materials that get handled and how those are addressed in the design. So they do handle certain toxic materials. As part of that leading the recycling program, there's acids, batteries, there's some oil, there's other pieces that come up. The current design has those contained within a very specific portion of a building, and yet that building has a floor system that slopes to a drain. That drain does not enter the municipal system at all. It goes to an external containment in case of a spill, and then it's disposed of with a proper contractor. So I didn't want to take a lot of time today. I just wanted to make sure that as council goes to deliberate this discussion and make the decision, that they did understand that NRE has been through a lot of due diligence on this site and has worked very hard to make sure their investment in their professional team, the design, and the options they bring forward are well defined and, to the best of their ability, well quantified. So that's all the time I need, but if there's any questions, I'm happy to try to address those as well.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the delegation? Councillor Hong, you've got your name up here. Is that for the delegation?
Yes, it is.
Great, thank you.
There's a couple of questions I know you can't answer, but one of the main things that I was hoping to get from staff, a question to you, is how much is this thing going to cost? There's no price. And I don't actually want to know because I hate giving the cap, but I'd like to know what it costs. Like, for me to make a decision on financial impacts of what we're going to do with these recommendations, there's still no costs to this. So either we go back into camera or whatever we have to do, it's really hard for us to make a decision and let the public know on what this is going to cost. So I'm really hard up on that. And I know you can't answer. I don't expect you to answer, but that is a key question I would like answered before I can make an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mema, did you wish to answer that?
Yeah, and I think Councillor Hong actually provided the answer to his question. We would be glad to provide that information, but it would have to be confidential information just to protect all the parties in the bidding processes for whoever ends up building this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bassett.
Thank you. Councillor Hong kind of asked my question, but my question was simply on the lines of financial implications as it relates to the capital that would be required to build the facility to the level that you'd like to build it to. Number one, because oftentimes things start out and then they either they get built to the amount of money you have because we realize that it's going to cost more, or somewhere there's a second intake that's required. I don't know how much is on the table. So to Councillor Hong's point, it makes it difficult, because I don't think there's anybody in this room or outside of this room that doesn't believe that the NRE provides an invaluable service to its citizens. So now we have to say, okay, so now what's the cost? Is it 2 million, 3 million? Is it 4 million? Is it 5 million? Is it 6 million? Is it 7 million? Like, what is the number? And so that's important information to have to be able to advance a decision. And then operating. What happens from an operating perspective? Should it be the amount of money that's necessary be provided? And now what about operating? Is there an ask? And for the benefit of those that we've had this conversation. So Mr. Moss and I and Ms. Hastings have had this conversation. So this isn't coming as a surprise to anybody about now the operations of SAME. Is there an expectation that there's a contribution from the city or the RDN or both, or so it's important information that's needed. That's all, and to be able to move the dial. And I don't know if you want to comment or not, but
Yeah, I can answer some of that. I'm comfortable commenting that on behalf of the NRE, we have worked hard to quantify the hard construction costs. And we believe we have those well-defined based on due diligence has happened. There's other questions that have come up in our discussions with staff, and it's basically been decided, and our direction is that we wait until we understand the model that is to be proposed before those numbers are released. I would like to be able to offer you otherwise, but that's the request that we've had in our discussions to date. So, yes, we can quantify the hard costs. Yes, we can talk about them, but as Mr. Mema has discussed, the request has been for us to keep that behind closed doors, I think, so that we have an honest discussion about the numbers once we understand the model. And unless someone wants to direct me to do differently, I think I must respect that discussion.
Well, that is in and of itself very challenging, because this is the first that I've learned that what model are we going to do before we know how much our contribution is. So if it's just the assumption that if we approve to support NRE, which is fine, but don't know what that means.
Maybe I can put this back to Mr. Mema to see if there's a change in direction on that. Is there numbers that we're comfortable talking about, or does that need to stay?
Through the chair, I understand where Councillor Bestwick is coming from, and I think that's a number that the rest of council would like to know, because you're being asked to make a decision. Unfortunately, it's not a number we can share in this forum. Probably if we can go and talk about the recommendation that staff has given you, and then we can follow up on, I think, on the other details on the capital cost, the operations, how that's going to work, because there's some rationale behind why we ended up with the recommendation we've given you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, I share the concerns that have been already expressed, where I have to know operating costs, I need to know maintenance costs, I need to know what are we asked to invest before I can make a decision, because if I'm going on an assumption that maybe it's $2 million, and then I find out it's 10 million, that's a huge difference. I need to know what the maintenance is. And I just can't do that without knowing more information. And I do know that you're in a bind. I do support the NRE, but I just, in good conscience, can't vote on anything until I have the full facts.
Is there a way we can have that discussion?
So, through the chair, so the staff's recommendation gives you a path to having that discussion. And if we can speak to our recommendation, probably it will give you context as to when that discussion about numbers is going to happen. And then we can decide what platform, whether it's here or it's RDN, where we talk about the numbers themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
I share all of those same concerns, but I also want to know if we're going to be entering into an agreement where we're actually leasing or the property to them or from them, or we're paying the balance of the cost. I'm also curious where the recycling is going, because I know in times, in tough times where there's no market for recycling, it usually ends up in a landfill somewhere. And so if we're simply taking, I'll use styrofoam for an example, and shipping that to another community or another country so they can throw it in a landfill, are we really recycling? So I want to know where these items are going, if I'm going to support the NRE. I think they provide a valuable service, but I'd like far more information on that if the city is going to be forking over a lot of costs towards this.
I think that's a great question. And I think that whichever motion you guys move forward on, an audit trail is a critical piece of whichever path you guys choose to support.
Ms. Davis.
I see the monthly materials reports from the Nanaimo Recycling Exchange, and one of the things I do pay particular attention to is what they're taking in. And in my regular conversations that I have with staff at the NRE, I say that I see that they take great pains to find markets for the materials they receive, and that they make sure that the materials are recycled and not landfilled. Sometimes that means that they have to pay for them to be recycled in situations where there are no markets. But ultimately, the materials are getting recycled, and that is because the NRE is a non-profit zero-waste recycling depot.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
So I want to go back to this keeping the price basically secret. So why does it have to be kept secret? This is going right over my head. Like, these people have come to us and said, you know, we want to build this and we know how much it's going to cost. And then our staff has said, well, you can't tell council, or you can't say it in public. Like, I don't understand that. I've been a councillor for a long time and I don't understand that.
Just one correction. The position of staff is not, you can't tell council. I think you, rightfully, in your new procurement process, we don't know where you're going to land anyways.
Don't know what? Sorry.
We don't know what model you're going to end up with. The numbers would be, at some point, in an in-camera meeting, be shared with you. At this point, the rationale where we are as staff, as you look into our report, probably maybe if you can give us a minute just to explain why the recommendation is as it is. There will be a time to have conversation about capital costs, operations, and all that stuff. But as of now, I think we need to land at the right path to be able to help NRA.
Thank you. Ms. Sammer.
Thanks. Just make a couple of comments. We're on television, and this is an open meeting, and we are discussing the feasibility and viability of a commercial venture, and that information is confidential. So it would be irresponsible for the City of Nanaimo to be talking about finances and viability and staff's assessment of that in an open public meeting, because it could negatively impact the proponent should they go forward without us. And that's just not something that you do in an open meeting. My recommendation is you receive the delegation, then you hear your presentation from staff and our recommendations, and at that point, if there's a desire to have a further conversation, it's likely we will need to move in camera to have that discussion. And this is going to safeguard us. The last time we didn't do this right with an NDA, we were served with notice that the proponent would sue us because we somehow let their proprietary and confidential business information out into the public domain. So this is being cautious and guarding the interests of the corporation and taxpayers. Should an inappropriate placed comment, well-meaning, be made on television?
Could I follow up?
Yes.
Nevertheless, we are being asked to make some sort of decision tonight.
No, you're not.
No, we're just receiving this for information.
So through the chair, I think if we, from a process, if you could allow us, receive the delegation, allow us to speak to our recommendation, it would provide context. Because.
Thank you, Mr. Mema. Any questions for the delegation? No? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
for
you
your time.
very much, sir.
Move receipt of the delegation.
We don't need to.
Don't need?
No.
We used to do also.
I know.
Good, we're updating. We're modernizing.
All right, so presentation.
So this evening there is no formal PowerPoint presentation, but I would like to speak to the contents of this report and why we have made this recommendation. When the issue was referred back to staff, we took a moment to look at the provision of such services as the provision of zero waste recycling depots in BC. And there was a couple of reasons that have made us to make the recommendation that Council refer this issue to the RDN. The first one is when we look at what the responsibilities of the RDN are in comparison to what the responsibilities of the City of Nanaimo are. You can see the report sets out that the RDN provides facilities to receive materials and the City of Nanaimo does not. And you can also see in the attachment that 40% of recycled depots in BC are owned by regional districts, and not many are actually owned by municipalities. The City of Nanaimo, through council, some council members and myself as an advisor, are pleased to take part in the solid waste management planning process with the RDN, and we absolutely support the 90% goal of diversion. We are partners in making our region achieve zero waste, but we feel upon looking a little bit further that the provision of these services really lies with the regional district and not with the City of Nanaimo, and so that's the reason why we have put this recommendation together.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you.
You just clicked me off twice. Let Councillor Brennan go. I'll go after her.
Okay. Councillor Brennan. Thank you.
I'm not sure that my memory is correct, but when we looked at this recently at the Finance and Audit Committee, was the staff recommendation to partner with the NRE?
Through the chair, there was no recommendation. The recommendation was that you select one of the options to ask us to review further.
Why wasn't there a recommendation? Given that tonight we have a recommendation.
I think the implications of those recommendations were quite extensive, and so that's why at that time we chose not to make a recommendation.
Thank you.
At the time, they were asking us to give them direction and provided us with options.
But there was no caution on any one of the options, so far as I recall.
No. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you very much. Since the days of Lori Gourlay and SPAC and Nanaimo Against Garbage, I've supported recycling. I've done a phenomenal job of my own house and my family and produced very little garbage over time. The arbitrage of garbage is concerning to me because currently, instead of reducing garbage, we're making bigger garbage cans. We're getting bigger, more garbage, instead of reduction of garbage. Now, the NRE has done a phenomenal job in education over the years and has developed some markets driven by the public for wanting to do the good and the right thing. I understand lots of our styrofoam, because there is no market, ends up in our landfill, is get hauled to our landfill or goes other landfills, and that's a problem for me. Now, regarding the regional district, there is a committee out there that deals with solid waste, both an advisory committee with the public and people from business and people from the general public. They've made some recommendations out there where they hope that NRE would become an educator and putting up some $300,000 towards budgeting for NRE to be an educator and a market developer. Now, we have also at that last meeting, the finance meeting, heard from the private industry, and they're quite strong. Some of their opinions on it, of course, because they're in business. What I'm having concern with here is, of course, the costing, because on the 11th, I left our meeting and went to an RDN meeting and had information with costing, but it was in camera, and there was information for us. But I was not allowed to share that with our council of the day because it was in camera. But it's coming out of both pockets, or the same pocket. It's flying, money's flying out here. And what I see is part of the mandate in this page here, it was a classic one. The secured provision of a one-stop zero-waste depot is essential to the momentum and success of a zero-waste future in our region. One stop does not mean one place. One stop means where the public has access to a number of places within our regional district where they can drop their stuff off. It is unfair for the region to kick in like we pay 54% of this budget out at the RDN. I think it's 54%.
56.
What? 56? I just got up 2%. Man, that goes fast. So what's the benefit to our federation, the RDN? And what's the benefit to Nanuce? What's the benefit to Parksville, to Qualicum, to Coombs? And so what is the benefit? If we're going regional, and this zero waste thing, oh my, zero waste. It's a great thing, and all it relates to is stopping garbage going to our dump that should have been closed a long time ago. And I'll repeat again that once it stops taking garbage, we have to monitor it for 200 years. I won't be around to see that unless something really changes. So what are the benefits to the region here? What are the costs? We're simply thinking of putting one. I would love to see NRE take over recycling education for the regional district. Past that, maybe Vancouver Island, because they have done a good job. It's a single source type of building if we build this. My estimates are up there from what I've seen, and I always add a few million to it whenever we're involved in a community project. So from my perspective, I believe this probably should be a regional driven proposal. It should be part of not just one entity, it should be all of the waste entities in our area, and there's a number of companies that send a lot of garbage away and not to our dump and make good money on it. So from my perspective, it's hard for me just to, without any financial stuff, and my peers not having all the information I've had from a number of reports, it's so somewhat confusing when two entity governments are dealing with this. Now, I also have a concern that the RDN will be pumping tonnage to make up money at the dump. Last year, over 100,000 tons were diverted by other company, or one company alone. And that took $125 a ton times 100,000 tons out of the RDN budget. Now, the RDN's trying to make that up. Some of that toxic soil I've talked about here at Council from local addresses have gone out to our dump. That they shouldn't be going there. So this arbitrage of garbage, there's too many people going to this group, to this group, to this group to try and get this handled. And so for me, I really like NRE as an educator, as a social employer, as innovative in what they have done. They are the reason these companies are making money now, because they came online with the Nanaimo Against Garbage over off of Northfield Road and educated every time someone come in. Now they're almost too busy at that site to educate because it's so well used. It is just so busy in there sometimes. It's actually slowed everybody down, and so the new site would be a benefit. But the cost of developing 3 street frontages, the cost of doing that, and now are we going to change the rule for this developer? When I've got developers out on 10th Street, they're looking at 4 collector roads around their property with sidewalks, removing a ditch and making it a 30-meter setback, 15 on either side. But here we're going to flex a bit, and that's important for social enterprise. But for me, we're getting too many fingers in the garbage. We're dealing with a percentage that we would have to pay here in Nanaimo or out at the RDN, because the NRE is making a deal at the RDN too. They're talking out there. And so from my perspective, it's getting more confusing. They were at a critical point 2 years ago for moving. They had to be out by April 2015, I think it was. Now we're heading into 2018, and it's confusing. And there is a letter that's been put forward by businesses who pay taxes and employ and do all of those things too. And every penny they make, they pay a tax on. So for me, it's a broad-based brush now that has to start spreading its wings and not centralizing. And I have a little concern that I understand other people and businesses are looking at the exact system, but their licensing has been delayed for 2 years on their requests for what I would consider a dirty MRF, a dirty multi-materials recycling facility. So for me, as this progresses from September 11th and 2 meetings with different information, 2 meetings on the same thing on the same day, and they had different information. And we couldn't talk about it to our peers because it was in camera at the region. So for me, the benefits have to be regional. I want to see them expanded, and I want to see both nonprofit and non-governmental agencies and profit-based agencies involved in this process. So for me, it's hard for me to support any of the recommendation. Sending it to the RDN might just mean that they can up their amount of garbage going to the dump. That's, you know, it's happened. I've got emails currently about that, an apology. So it's confusing to me. Garbage is getting big, guys. And like I say, it's a real tough one for me. I don't want to see NRE have any problems, but I don't want to start just approving things just without the pillars of finance, social equity, and environment, and good governance operations.
Thank you, Councillor Kipp. Now I would like Council to focus on on what we're doing here, and that is that we just had a report from Mr. Elliott. I've got two speakers. Do you wish to ask any questions of Mr. Elliott, or is Council prepared for somebody to put a motion on the floor that we can debate? Please.
Well, I'll move staff recommendation.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Hong and seconded by Councillor Armstrong.
Is that number one?
No, defer to RDN.
Refer to RDN. So, do you wish to speak?
Yes. The reason I'm supporting this motion is because there's just not enough information. Either it's not correct information or we're getting some sort of miscommunication. Because again, we had a letter from the NRE stating that, again, it was $177,900 that they had an expense for. Well, it's not an expense. It's paid by the RDN to take this. So when somebody says that I got charged this, well, no, you got reimbursed. So that's not even, it's not even an option to describe that as a cost because you never paid for it, because you should report your income that you got this money. But that number is still wrong. I was in the meeting that the RDN staff said, no, this is not the right number. So there's still misinformation out there, and I wish that this council had all the correct information. Somebody needs to communicate somewhere along the line, is where I'm concerned about. And then the other costs that we pay is nonprofits, 4 of them, the NRE, Salvation Army, a couple others, get all their dump fees waived. All of it. So we're paying it again, but it doesn't show this, that the people of Nanaimo, citizens of Nanaimo, are paying these other fees that aren't listed, that are shown only to the city, but we still pay because we're part of the RDN. So there's a lot of misinformation on what is happening, and we're not getting the full picture. So to do the citizens of Nanaimo justice, I think we need the complete picture, the complete costs, not just of the city of Nanaimo, but the city of Nanaimo and the RDN. We don't get that report here from staff, and I'm not blaming staff, they're doing the city part, but we need some more information with regards to this from the RDN, and I think that is the key, and that's what I had hoped we would have gathered by now, some of the facts, some of these numbers that I said were wrong over and over again and still haven't been clarified. I just got this letter from the NRE, and this number is still wrong according to what the RDN has told me. I still like to know what this number is going to be when we start collecting yard waste. Do we have a projection on how much yard waste is going to go to the NRE? Because here it's saying that they made $45,000 in profits. So if we reduce their yard waste by half, that's $20,000. So who's going to make up the other $20,000 if they just lost that in income? So those are some of the business case numbers that I like to know. What ifs? And we don't have this to make a fulsome discussion whether we're going to build a multi-million-dollar facility that we have to constantly fund because of different revenues are going different places. What happens if some places that take yard waste find composting and they're saying, we're going to pay you $2 a truckload to bring us your yard waste because they can turn around and make more money out of it? We have contracts we're talking about with now that we have to, at the RDN, that we have to supply them a certain amount of yard waste. So what's going to happen if we can't supply that amount? It doesn't affect the RNRE, but it affects the citizens of Nanaimo and what we have to pay. So I think this is a whole picture that we need to look at, because there's a lot of things that are coming up that the citizens aren't aware of. We get this one little snippet, but there's a bigger picture that we need to really, really address, and I think we need a full day session with city staff and RDN staff. This is what I thought that we would get together, and I think that was the motion that was passed at the Solid Waste Committee, that RDN staff talk to city staff. And I'm waiting for that to proceed. Thank you.
Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I just want to be clear that when you say the motion, staff's recommendation, that's refer the provision of one-stop zero waste recycling services to the RDN? That's, okay, thank you. I find it rather discerning that members of our city council that sit on the solid waste management committee at the RDN, albeit have a session that is in camera, are not permitted to share information with their colleagues at this table. I find that almost, I don't know, draconian. Like, seriously? Like, you're our reps that we send out, not unlike I'm on the Transit Select Committee, and we're being asked to provide 5,000 more bus hours and $460,000 on an annual basis for infinitum for a new bus service. Well, I'm going to share that I'm sharing that because we pay for that, the city. So although it's done at the RDN table, that we all go sit out there and raise our hands at. So I really find, and I'm not blaming Councillor Kipp or anybody, but so no, I don't then know what the information share at the RDN table or through the Solid Waste Management Committee on the differences of information that we have here on what you've received. And there's just something fundamentally wrong with that. And I don't know what that is. So for me to be able to sit here and say, people that are hearing that information have questions about saying about it, then it puts me in and everybody else, as far as I'm concerned, in a very awkward position. It's in a very compromising one. And I get that we don't want to tell people it's going to be $6.5 million, because now everybody that's going to go and provide tilt up or whatever they're going to provide, they know what the number is that they can work from. But then to me, that's got to be the people at a much higher level than I that say, we need to have this conversation collectively with all of the stakeholders together at the same time, in the same room at the same time, so everybody's hearing the same information. And I think about 38 to 40 months ago, we had a meeting with private and public and up and down Vancouver Island and city and regional districts and waste haulers and you name it, about 3+ years ago. I don't know what the outcome of that meeting was. I know there was supposed to be some information share to follow and more meetings, but I was never invited to one. And so people in the private industry spent an entire day in this building talking about waste. And I don't know what's happened to that conversation, because this impacts a lot of various outreaches. So for me, I'll support this, sending it back to the RDN, which is really sending it back to us at the RDN. And I'm hoping then when we do that I'll get all the information that some of my colleagues already have that I don't have. And then I can have a more fulsome and wholesome conversation about this subject.
So I'll support it.
Councillor Bannon.
Well, given that we apparently don't have enough information to make a decision, and given that we think there's some information out there to be had, but we don't have it, particularly with regard to costs, I can't support sending this to the RDN until we've had our own in-camera meeting to get those figures so we know what we're talking about. Sending it to the RDN is where it first began. About 4 years ago, there was a request to the RDN. And I can tell you it got zero support from any of the area directors. They're not interested because they, no matter what we say or what the NRE says, they don't believe they benefit. They think this is a Nanaimo service, and I know that the citizens of Nanaimo believe strongly that we benefit. So unless, I'm certainly not going to send it out to the RDN and go through a whole long exercise with them that has been done before, when in all likelihood, at the end of the day, the answer from the RDN directors will be no. So I'm in favor of us having a closed meeting with the NRE to be able to plug those figures in. So I would move that we refer this issue back to an in-camera meeting of council, and that we invite the NRE to provide us with the information we've asked for, and that would be the motion, and then we could invite the RDN to give us their figures too.
NRE.
But, so
The NRE.
No, I said the NRE, and then I also said if we could invite the RDN to give us their figures, because apparently they differ. They differ, right? Well, no, you didn't make a motion to refer this back to council in an enclosed session. That was the motion I just made. So if there's a seconder, then we can vote on it.
No, it's motion to refer.
You can refer.
Is there a seconder on the motion to refer? Seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Okay, no debate on referral. I'm going to call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Show Councillors Fuller, Kipp, Bestwick, Hong, and Yoakum. Opposed. Motion fails. So back to the original motion. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not too sure where to begin on this, but I guess I'll begin by saying I can't support this motion. To me, this issue is somewhat simpler than I think some people are making it. The issue, in my mind, is do we as a city of Nanaimo support the continued existence of the Nanaimo Recycling Exchange? And the motion that's on the floor, although I hear several at this table saying, oh, we value the NRE and we do support it, but we want to punt this back over to the regional district. One of the options in the staff report is that the city enters into a partnership with NRE, and that's not on the floor right now. But apparently we're quite willing to make a recommendation or a suggested option to the RDN that the RDN forms a full partnership with the NRE. And if I may, part of the staff report says, quote, the city recognizes the importance of the NRE to our residents and greatly values the ability of the organization to push Nanaimo closer to becoming a zero-waste city. Because of this, the NRE should be permitted to be part of the future of the zero-waste mission in our region. We see that the NRE will play a large part in achieving the 90% target, both directly by diverting materials from landfill and also indirectly through education, advocacy, and market planning. During the summer, the NRE receives 1,500 individual visits daily. It is clear that our residents want to recycle. That the NRE remains popular and is ranked as one of the Recycle BC's top 10 depots is testament to the success of the NRE's convenient one-stop shop approach. So on the one hand, we're recognizing its value to the citizens of Nanaimo, On the other hand, we're saying, well, but we don't want to show that support by taking this to the next step. We'd rather let the regional district have a look at it. Now, I understand the concerns about the numbers, the financial information that's needed, and I share that. I want to know about capital costs. I want to know about maintenance costs. I want to know about asset management. But we can have those discussions with the NRE as the City of Nanaimo. And if the answers to those questions and that information is not satisfactory, then fair enough. We can choose not to proceed. But to my mind, we're the ones that should be having those conversations with NRE, getting that information ourselves, not telling the regional district to. And I agree that the NRE is important in education, and it's important as a social enterprise entity. But to me, more important than either of those things is the simple fact that it provides a valuable, in my opinion, service to the citizens of primarily Nanaimo. Somewhat to the regional district, but primarily the citizens of Nanaimo. And I think the citizens of Nanaimo would want us to support its continued existence. I'll also just point out that one of the other options that's not on the table is status quo. And in case there's any confusion, status quo does not mean that everything goes on as it is now. Status quo means that the Nanaimo Recycling Exchange will close. I am not going to do anything to support that option. So I am not in favor of referring to putting this over to the RDN. I want to see Nanaimo City Council take the next step of having discussions, gathering information, and seeing if it is possible and feasible for us to support this organization. So I will not support the motion to send it to RDN. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kipp, you spoke on the motion?
On the motion.
Okay.
And rebutting what the previous councillor just said. Never, ever had I been one to say that the wasn't a service to Nanaimo. My idea, though you didn't hear me probably, was to expand that service. My idea is, and you're vice chair of the RDN, you need to probably ask them what's going on. And I'll say to Councillor Brennan that out of that meeting, and the mayor and Councillor Hong were there, I made a motion that our staffs get together and that we talk through our staff and get these figures correct. There was some argument, and I actually got confronted at the RDN board by the electoral areas about how much they support the RDN and how much they think it's a good job. Jerry, Mr. Mayor, I got in a bit of a debate with the one guy. The RDN electoral directors at our meeting support the NRE. They like it as a regional service. They want to expand it. The committee out there, and everybody's got the minutes that sits on that board from solid waste. We probably should send them, even though I don't have secretaries, and I always say I think it's staff's job to send those and distribute them. So make it worthwhile for the regional district. Make the top 10 the best one. It's not Nanaimo, but expand it to the regional district where we pay 56% of the costs. So you're willing to pay all the cost, take it away from some of our regional partners so that anybody from Coombs is going to drive a truckload of styrofoam down to Nanaimo instead of being able to go to Church Road or to be able to go to French Creek somewhere or to be able to go some of the drop centers. So the apply for votes here is a tough one. Yeah, it's a thing. It's a social issue. Everybody loves it. We love thinking we're doing the best job in the world, but the glass ain't going anywhere. It's going to a dump in a big pit. The styrofoam's going somewhere. And just to think we're doing a good job isn't enough for this guy. Just to say we're doing a good job. So I cannot support this being paid for fully and wholly by the city of Nanaimo. And basing on a cost that I know for a very specific building will be a very specific cost. And I can't believe if we're going to building permit plans that we don't have a price. Because when I design, I usually want to know the price and design to the price. And that's where the group is having problem, is because they don't know what we're going to give them and what we're pushing their way so that they know what they have to deal with. And if they start to share and we've already taken grass away from them, and grass clippings, we're taking that away in our small portion of the recycling that we take in for residential, because there's all the ICI and multi-unit that we don't even touch still, right? So, you know, the whole program has become a bit of a arbitrage, a bit of a make work. And yeah, the people in the RDN would be really happy if we could expand this and make this top 10, as you say, the best ever in the world, or our world, and I think it is a good one, that we shift our 56% of the cost out to the RDN, share the load, because it's a region, garbage is regional service. We shouldn't probably even be in it as a city. It's a regional service. That's why regional governments own them and not cities. That's why, what's 40% or 40% or 40? 40 of the 180 are owned by regional districts. And none of them are owned by cities, I don't think. But we want to own one by a city. So, I don't know. For me, there's just too much up in the air about this. And it's been going on for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. And it's not coming to a conclusion because business is concerned, government is concerned, and at the RDN, they want this to go. They actually have been pushing the Solid Waste Committee. Read the Solid Waste Advisory Committee meetings. You can get them online. Just takes a little bit of work to search the RDN and read them. They've been pushing this. The Advisory Committee wants RDN to give money for education and training and outreach. That's what they think they're really good at. So I support it going to the RDN.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Yoakum, Brennan for the second time, and then Ms. Samar, I'd like to request that I'm going to get first-time speakers first, and then we'll let you chime in. Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you. I just want to make it crystal clear, like everyone else in the room, I was very fortunate to go out there with Ms. Hastings, gave me a great tour. The NRE is awesome. But I was really appalled by the state of the building. I was really appalled. I thought I was in third world. And literally not making anything light of that. So we have to do something. And by me supporting going back to RDN is an option of how there's a way. It's not, this isn't we shouldn't turn this into either you're for or against thing. Everyone's for it, so we've got to be creative here. I think there's space somewhere for the for-profit and NRE somewhere along the conversation. And I believe the RDN, all these acronyms, the RDN has a bigger role. And I think the RDN should have this conversation, and it should be led by the NRE and expanding and carrying on what they're doing, but expanding education as well and not box them in as well. And RDN is on the backbone of citizens of Nanaimo. Let's not kid ourselves. The transit and everything the RDN does is on the backbones of the city of Nanaimo. Electoral areas may disagree, but it's a fact. So, and if we got nowhere there, we're back to this conversation here, but I hear the city enter into discussion with NRE, absolutely. But there's a big discussion option too. It says the city enter into a partnership with NRE, and the statement says, in this option, the city would purchase the land from NRE. Okay, land, what's the cost? And build a city-owned recycling depot. Sure, what would that cost again? And lease the land, be leased back to NRE at what cost? So these are all questions that we need to have. The Councillor Brennan's, we're probably eventually going to get to your motion, and we've got to have that conversation. And I want to make sure this works. I'll be supporting how we can be creative and fair to the citizens and also for the business side, for the profit. So it's not fair to sit here and say either you support it or you don't, but not knowing where to land, how much to land. So Councillor Thorpe's suggestion is a discussion, which I'd agree, but it doesn't say discussion here, it says partnership. The minute we say in the partnership, we're on the hook for those costs, I would assume. So I look forward to moving this. I know time is essence. So those are the reasons why I think it should go to RDN. And if it comes back here, we should have the joint tripartite type meeting with all the players and get this thing moving. But it has to, I think it regionally focused is more of a modern way to go if we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
I'm gonna support the motion as well, and in part because yes, number 2 says the city enters into a partnership, but the city actually enters into ownership. The city owns the building, the city pays maintenance, the city pays all the costs. They lease it back to the NRE. If you look at the options for the RDN, you will see one very similar to option number 2. So if we look at option number 2 for the city of Nanaimo, we pay 100% of the costs. If you look at position 2 for the RDN, we pay 56% of the costs. To me, that's far more financially and fiscally responsible to the citizens of Nanaimo as taxpayers. And so I'm going to support it going to the RDN, and let's take it from there. Love the NRE.
Thank you. So I'm going to speak just before you do, and that is as a first-timer. I will not support the motion to send it to the RDN. We've bounced this group back and forth to the RDN about 6 times already. It's time to stop punting them down the field. I can tell you right now, it goes to the RDN, it'll be defeated. It will be defeated. Area A won't support it. Gabriola won't support it. Area C won't support it. If we can't get support from the members on Nanaimo Council to commit to it, then it's done. It will go nowhere at the RDN. They're having enough trouble trying to figure out right now. They've got something else to consider at the RDN, which is the expansion from our current diversion level up to the 100% or the 90%. They're having enough trouble trying to figure that one out. That's a $300,000 a year proposition, of which we'd be required to pay 56%. So that's another item. However, we need to understand that there's money available. Recently, we paid off the Harbourfront Parkade. Where'd the $400,000 in debt servicing go? It's gone into general revenue. We were asked in 2013, we were asked to determine whether or not we wanted to sign on to MMBC. And on the MMBC said that they would pay us $32 a year for 26,000 households. That works out to $832,000 a year we get from MMBC, or Recycle BC as it is right now, based on those numbers. We also got 75 cents per household for a grand total of just under $20,000. It's $19,500 for promotion and education, funded by MMBC. We also got $2.50 per house for administration. That works out to $65,000 a year. Grand total of $916,000 a year. One thing we have to remember is that when our recycling used to go to our for-profit recycler, they used to charge us about $500,000 a year, and then they owned the material the minute it went into the truck. So pick it up, take it away, they take it down to their facility, they sort it, and they sell it for what they can get for it. It's about $500,000 a year. When MMBC came in place and we now got this almost over $900,000, they then started charging us $600,000 a year just to pick it up and take it away. I'm now told that we're now paying $900,000 for that service. And the reason why is because we decided to do a 3-year phased-in approach to bring recycling in-house. I'm hoping that we can take some of those funds and we can reduce our costs, surely from $900,000 a year to something significantly less, and use some of that money to fund the capital costs of this type of project. We can take some of the $400,000 a year that we were using for the Harbourfront Parkade capital write-down or capital costs, and put that into this. There's money available. I can guarantee you, if this goes to the RDN, it will die. RDN will not agree to fund something that's going to be predominantly used by the City of Nanaimo. They won't do it. Ms. Sammer.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've just staff has put together a great report, and you have financial experts that have looked at this over the last bit on an expedited basis. You have someone that's just been recognized for her expertise in this area. And your staff is giving you some basic advice. So I'm going to take it down to the first principles, not get into the shell game of where we might find money. Jurisdictionally, this falls to the RDN. It is something that is rightfully dealt with at that table. The fact that you think you may not get the votes is not a reason to not vote in favor of the recommendation put before you. You have the vice chair of the RDN sitting at this table. We have the voting majority at the RDN. If you work together to promote this and lobby for the RDN to take steps that are in this recommendation, then we can move this forward. And staff is so convinced of this, we've asked to come as a delegation. Our expert, recognized in our province, is going to speak to this. Our financial guru, who's been going through the numbers, our head of public works, is willing to be at RDN tomorrow night to talk about this, because we don't want it to be punted. We want the rightful jurisdiction to be thinking about what they're going to do and what they can do, because this is important to everyone in our region. It's a regional landfill. It's our region that this goes to. So jurisdictionally, this is theirs. No matter how much you want to do it, no matter how much you hear from the citizens of Nanaimo, this is what we think is the responsible approach to doing it. Now, we also just got recognized and won an award for fiscal responsibility and stewardship. You don't go and undertake major capital projects that will have permanent operating costs because an organization has come to you and said, if you don't help us now, we'll go out of business. Yes, that is tragic, and this shouldn't happen in environmental stuff. But this isn't how the city of Nanaimo does business. We don't go into a joint venture with a company without doing due diligence, without having run a public engagement strategy. Please don't interrupt me. I have the floor, and there's no point of order. I'm able to speak. You can't point of order staff. I will continue to speak. Councillor Brennan.
Ms. Curry?
I believe you can't point of order a member of staff, Your Worship.
Thank you.
So, I'm going to continue with why this particular recommendation is being put in front of you. I'm very uncomfortable with you wanting us to do the business case study. It's not city staff job. Taxpayers don't pay us to do a feasibility study in a business case for a nonprofit organization. That's also not in our mandate. So I understand the motivation and the desire to do something that's right for this organization. And we have put in front of you our best recommendations. Of course, you're the politically elected, and if you don't think that you can do something at the RDN and you want to do this, be forewarned. We cannot guarantee you the prices for the capital operations, the capital building of this, or the operations. It is an unknown. Be also prepared that you're doing something without public engagement, without consultation and public engagement on the City of Nanaimo undertaking a new line of business. So we hope that you consider the recommendation that our staff have put forward, but I want to pick it up to first principles. Jurisdiction, best practices in capital projects and taking on lines of business, and hearing from the experts that we have at this table.
Thank you. I'm going to call the question now. There's a motion on the floor.
I spoke only to the motion to refer. I have not yet spoken to this issue.
Correct. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Last speaker.
Thank you. This is really, really important to me personally as a councillor, as someone who's really interested in environmental issues that the city grapples with. This is a political decision. This is a decision based on our values and what we want to see in our city. We want to thank the administration for the report. It's well done, but it's not a political. You're not in the game to make political decisions. We are. We have a zero waste policy in this city, and I'm going to take a few minutes if you'll indulge me, because this is so important. That means we need to take steps to meet that goal. And meeting that goal is most likely to be met within the public sector. It's most likely to be met within the city. We're driven by the public interest. We're not driven by a profit motive. That's not what drives us. That's not what we strive towards. We've been at the regional district when this question has come up. I bet the regional district area directors really do want education services from the NRE. I'll bet they really would like market development. But why would we expend public dollars finding markets for private enterprise? Why would we do that? Why would we say that that the social enterprise of the NRE is most important? Most important is that we pay people who provide services for us a fair wage. And that's what the NRE does. People don't work for less than fair wage. And they shouldn't have to. And we shouldn't have a public service as important as this that relies on workers getting substandard wages, even if they have developmental disabilities, even if they've had interfaces with the law. We need to treat people who provide services for the city in a fair way with a fair wage. So I don't buy the social enterprise aspect of this as being a deciding factor. Many of the products that the NRE recycle are not recycled by the private sector because there is no profit. And I know that Ms. Hastings spends an enormous amount of time finding buyers for the waste that's dropped off at the NRE. But I didn't know that she spends hours researching commodities to find the markets for the waste that we all leave at the NRE at the rate of 1,500 visits a day during the summer. Nanaimo's been a leader in waste management for several years, and not just through the RDN, but through the city's efforts as well. The citizens of Nanaimo have told us several times over the years that they value the NRE. They have told us they care about how we deal with our garbage. Witness the move by the community to stop the burning of waste in Nanaimo. People in Nanaimo are interested in this issue. It drives some of them. If $1,500 or 1,500 people a day going through that recycling center isn't a show of strong, enduring support, then I don't know what is, because that's an amazing figure. We're striding towards our goals, and if we abandon our NRE now, we kill it. Just don't make any mistake about that. It's dead. You try to punt this over to the regional district. They're not interested in paying for us to recycle Nanaimo's waste. They may well be interested in accessing services like education, like development of markets. They're not interested in paying for us to recycle our garbage. If we abandon the NRE now, this dubious honor will be placed on our shoulders, and subsequent councillors will have to carry out that decision. And we will not be thanked for that. We need to take this on as a city and not fool around with this punting back and forth just to delay making decisions to spend money. There are certain things that citizens agree we should be spending our money on. There are certain things that citizens agree that they will shoulder the taxes for, and this is one of them. This is clearly one of them. Our waste management is something that people are willing to pay for. We need to honor the vision that we have for waste reduction. We need to honor the zero waste aspirations. And we need to acknowledge that it is in the public interest to do so, and the public understands that, and they don't resent it. So there's no way I'll support any more punting of this question. This question needs to be decided here and now, and we can do that.
Thank you very much. Okay, I did say I was going to call the question.
What?
I did say I was going to call the question, so we're going to call the question.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Other people have had to speak and want to speak. This is such a touching issue, and as Councillor Brennan so eloquently put it, the people want to hear where we stand on this. And if Councillor Hong wants to speak, you should afford him the opportunity.
Councillor Hong has already spoken, Councillor.
Well,
I'm going to
so-
call the question. Call the question. The motion that Council refer the provision of one-stop zero-waste recycling services to the Regional District of Nanaimo. All those in favour? All those opposed? Show Councillors Armstrong, Thorpe, Brennan, and Mayor McKay opposed. Motion passes. We are in recess.
Democracy.
parking and loading, and height.
Move the recommendation.
Well, we do have a delegation, Councillor.
I didn't realize there was a delegation.
So before we go to moving a motion, we will we'll hear the delegation. Mr. McGrath.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tim McGrath from Nanaimo. I'm here to speak to this item. This property is adjacent to the courthouse annex, BC Services, which already suffers a parking problem. We have police vehicles there with their on-duty signs consuming parking areas. The way it's being presented here says reduce the number of required spaces from 45 to 35, but when I look at the plan, it only has 25. So upon further reading, I find out that they're paying a fee for those 10 other spaces. So they're already trying to bail by paying for the cash in lieu of spaces, and now they want those spaces to double the number of spaces for nothing. The area, as parking has been reintroduced, the charge for parking in the downtown core, parking is now by staff and workers in the area is moving beyond the area where there's parking meters, and that's right up into this area here. So we're already being faced with that problem. Now this proposal says that they want to provide half the parking, approximately, as to what they're supposed to. And I object to that. I think that the problem is already severely noticeable with the courts and with all the people going down to BC Services to get their licenses, to get whatever. It's already a difficult spot to park. So that's my gist on it. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Hong has a question for you.
Thank you. So, Mr. McGrath, you know that this is like a hotel, right? So I think this is one of the reasons why I did support it last time was because the people that were coming that would be using, if it was an overflow parking, were hotel residents. So you understand that it's not residents, right?
Oh, I'm fully aware of that. Most of the people arriving in Nanaimo by hotel are bringing a vehicle.
Great, thank you.
You know, they're not walking from Departure Bay all the way downtown. I haven't seen those, 40 or 50 people. What is it, 45 rooms? I haven't seen those 45 people walking down Stewart Street dragging their luggage. I just can't see that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there someone prepared to move the recommendation?
Move the recommendation.
Councillor Kipp, seconded by Councillor Hong. Thank you. Any discussion? Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. Along the lines of the delegation, just clarification, please, Mr. Lindsay. Is the 45 that's required for this development now 25 with payment in lieu of 10 spaces for the equivalent of 35, or is it 35 with the equivalent of 10 spaces paid for to get to 45? I'm actually confused by the report.
Thank you, Worship. Maybe I'll start with the fact that it's somewhat unusual in that the properties we're talking about are in the cash in lieu area. So there's not a large portion of our community, but there's sort of an area around the periphery of downtown where we've had this long-standing cash in lieu for commercial development. So as a commercial operator, our bylaw has a parking standard or a requirement that you must provide. However, the cash in lieu portion of our bylaw says you can buy out those stalls at $3,000 a stall, and then that money is taken and put towards the two designated parking lots, the one which is on Prudhoe and the other one on Wallace and Wentworth. So those fees are collected and they go towards the improvement of those public parking facilities. In this case, the zoning bylaw requires 45 parking stalls on the property. Through the last application, they brought forward a study and looked at the parking demand of such a facility. And at the end of the day, there was a recommendation brought forward to reduce the amount of required parking to 35 but there's 25 that are being provided on site, as the delegation mentioned. So there's 25 on the property, but with a variance down to 35, that means they would have to pay the difference in those 10 stalls. So basically $30,000 would go towards those existing public parking lots as per the bylaw, but 25 stalls would be the extent of what's provided on the property.
Thank you. Just a follow-up then. So it's from 45 down to 25.
You're correct in terms of what's provided on the property. 45 is what the bylaw requires, 25 provided on the property, and then 10 they've elected to provide through cash in lieu. An applicant could, as per the bylaw, buy out all of the required parking if they chose to proceed that way. There's that ability also. But in this case, there'll be 10 bought out, 25 provided on the site.
Thank you. Just another follow-up then. The bylaw that states $3,000 per surface parking spot, I suspect it's surface. How old is that bylaw?
Your Worship, that's part of our development parking standards. It's been a number of years, probably 15 plus years since that was reviewed, but that's the process that we're going through as we speak. So staff are looking at our parking bylaws, so we'll be looking at the cash in lieu provision as part of that review.
So as a 15 or 16-year-old bylaw at $3,000 in 2002 numbers or dollars, now we're in 2018, 2019 dollars, it would make absolute sense to buy out as many parking spots as you could and then use street parking or whatever else that's owned by the city. There's also the service parking that's not required for this project either, which is only one spot, but one spot might be the most important spot if it's deliveries in trucks or otherwise. So you mentioned a couple of other properties that have bought out parking stalls. Could you refresh my memory on what those are?
Sorry, Your Worship, I was mentioning the parking lots where these funds are allocated towards the improvements. I didn't mention where there has been cash in lieu, because to be honest, there hasn't been a significant uptake in this. The last proposal I can think of was a mixed-use project on Albert Street, which has development approval through council, but hasn't yet to start construction. It's the only project in recent memory I can recall.
So while we have a bylaw that is in the neighborhood of 202 to purchase parking stalls, it hasn't been exercised to our knowledge? Like, we haven't done this?
Again, Your Worship, it's optional for the owner or the developer to select whether they want to proceed with cash in lieu or provide the parking on their site. We haven't had a significant uptake in providing the cash in lieu. There's only been a handful of times that I can think of, and only once maybe in recent memory where the owner has elected to proceed that way.
And my last question, then there's clearly been a consultant review, just like we do on traffic, just like we do on shadowing, just like we do on all kinds of projects like this, that would provide us with the information that would say a 45-room hotel on that location, on that site, with a conference room, with what other services and amenities that it's going to provide, won't require more than 25 parking stalls. I just want to be able to relate to the community in that area and say, because parking is a significant burr in our saddle in practically every area of the city of Nanaimo, from the hospital to the university to the downtown to wherever. In Harewood now, where or in the south end where the developments are occurring, people park basically in ditches out there. So I just want to be able to go out and say, we have all of the professional information that will tell us that this 45-room project will not impact parking in that core area. 25 spots is plenty.
Your Worship, certainly there was a parking study that was done as part of the original development permit, and in fact that study stated that in the opinion of those consultants that the parking requirement for a facility of this size was actually 30 stalls. Our staff didn't agree with that interpretation, and in the end we ended up with the recommendation that came forward was for the 35 stalls. But I think going back to what's important here is that regardless if council approves the variance or not, 25 stalls is all that's going to be provided on the property. If the variance was turned down for the parking, that would mean that they would need to buy out then the other 20 instead of buying out 10. So although there'd be a bigger cash contribution, it wouldn't result in more parking on the property. Likewise, the developer could decide to go the other way, and I'm not going to provide any parking on the property because our bylaw allows for that. They could say, I'm going to buy out all of the required parking for this development, whether it was a hotel or office or restaurant or any other kind of commercial venture on these properties. So the decision being made by council tonight isn't going to impact the ultimate number of stalls available on that site.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
So correct me if I'm wrong through you to Mr. Lindsay. You're saying that we have no choice in this, really. So why is this even on the agenda as required on-site parking if nothing is really required? If they could buy out the whole thing for $120K, yeah. I go up and down that road all the time, and that road is one of our busiest roads, especially with the courthouse, the Ministry of Children and Families, that whole area around Selby, Albert Street, right up to Fitzwilliam is just crammed with cars. You're hard-pressed to find any parking on it whatsoever. So if I have no choice on this, the only choice I have is not to support the whole thing in total, because I do not believe that should happen, and I am hoping that is going to be rectified in the parking bylaw review being done. So I won't be supporting this simply based on the fact that I really don't have any choice but to not support it.
Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, I can't support this either. I agree with Mr. McGrath. That's not enough parking, and I know we don't have the option, but there's never enough parking in that area. Anybody that's going to try and go there, if you need parking spots or you're not going to use that hotel. It's pure and simple. If you're an out-of-town guest, you have a vehicle, where are you going to park? There is no parking. We find that with the police, they're parking 6-7 blocks because we have no parking. So I will not be supporting as well. Thank you.
Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Through to staff. So why, well, just a question, why would we only ask for 10 if they're going to buy out? Why don't we ask for 20 to begin with? That's the first question. Like, why, if we're even giving them this option, why only take 30,000? Why don't we take 60?
So, Your Worship, through to Councillor Hong, it's the applicants have, it's their right to provide or make an application. So in this case, they believe that the parking bylaw number of 45 is higher than what their use actually requires. So they've asked for that variance, and that's been reviewed. And as I mentioned earlier, if council approved this development permit but decided not to approve the parking variance, it's exactly what you're saying would happen. The 45 stalls would continue to be required. 25 would be provided on the site, and at that point, the developer would be responsible for buying out the remaining 20.
So how come we haven't done this with any of the other variances that we've given? Like, it just kind of at odds me on why staff doesn't insist on this number anyway, just to get a couple extra bucks for us. Because we always give variances, and then we always say, oh, there's street parking in front. Oh, that counts towards it because there's street parking. Well, why don't we charge them for that street parking? Because I get that they have to apply for it, or they say that, you know, I'll do this in lieu of providing parking. But like you said, not many of them offer, because why offer if you don't have to pay anything? I wouldn't give you $3,000 for a parking spot if I didn't have to. But had I known this when we were approving all these other variances, and I would have asked for $3,000 for every variance that we've so far offered.
Sorry, Your Worship, can I just point of clarification there? So the cash in lieu area for parking is a very limited area in the community. It's only in the downtown core, outside of the exempt area. So a majority of the properties in the very core of the downtown have no parking requirement at all for commercial. So a hotel, restaurant, any kind of retail in the downtown core requires no parking. As you move out into the periphery between sort of the core and, say, Pine Street, the commercial properties, most of them in that area are part of this cash in lieu area. And when you establish a cash in lieu area under bylaw, you have to be very specific about where you're taking the cash from and where you're putting it to. In this case, the cash in lieu that's collected from these areas, from these commercial properties, go to those two parking lots, the one on Prideaux and the other one on Wentworth and Wallace. So we take those funds, put them in a specific reserve for improvements to those public parking lots.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Brennan?
Thank you. I am going to support this recommendation because we it's upside down here. Because we build on the policies that we have endorsed at the city. We build on the policies that we've asked to be developed for us to guide our decision making. And the first thing we have is our climate change plan. And the climate change plan is really specific that we need to get people out of their cars and into other modes of transportation. We need to do that if we are going to be able to have an effect as a city on climate change. It's one of the primary ways of doing it. Building on that, we have the transportation plan that, again, urges us to start to move people into other forms of transit than just a single car. So I think I use those policies that we have over the years developed to help us make decisions. Second to that, my assumption is that the hotel developer has a business case that tells them that the parking spaces they've applied for will be adequate for their business. To the question of whether or not most people who come to Nanaimo and stay in a hotel drive cars, well, I don't know that that's true. I truly don't, because when I go out of town to stay in hotels, I never take my car. I always take public transit of some sort, and then or a cab from the ferry to my hotel. When I'm in town, I walk from place to place. These kinds of developments help our downtown. They improve our downtown. If people are coming to our downtown, there'll be more businesses thriving on the main street, and we need to encourage this. And when a business person comes to us saying, I want to develop a hotel, and my business plan tells me that I can service my customers with this many parking spots, and you allow it, and you encourage it. I chose Nanaimo because I reviewed your transportation plan. I chose Nanaimo because I reviewed your climate change plan. And I think my proposal fits for my purposes and for your purposes. That's what I think is happening here. And I think we need to honor the work that's gone on before us that we have wholeheartedly endorsed. In both those instances, I believe they were unanimously supported by council. So why wouldn't a developer expect that that's what he or she is going to encounter when they come to Nanaimo to do business? So I will support it, because I think we've told this developer in all of our policies that we want this development, and one of the reasons we want it is because it fits with our plans.
Thank you. Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you. Just quickly as well, I'm really pleased we put that slide up, because we've all been in that area, and that does it's a great change to the area. I'll be supporting it as well. And the question I would have to yourself, to Mr. Lindsay, is the parking around. Do we have a city site in that old Quesnel parking lot area? Because if we do, or in that area, we've all traveled. I've stayed in many hotels where there's no parking in the hotel, so they say go down there, but it's in conjunction with bring your ticket in, we'll pay for your parking type thing. In many, Victoria, Seattle, Vancouver, so it's never as convenient as we always wish and hope for. So I just think it's a great addition. I think not minimizing parking, but I don't think it should be a deal breaker. But be creative, and if there's a parking lot the city has around the corner, just like how we do the Coast Bastions parking in our city one, I can go on and on in different cities. I don't want to belabor it. So I think if there's a will, there's a way, and that's great, and it'd be a great change for the area on that street, especially considering what's on that block today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you. The climate change issues are important, and we just wanted everybody to centralize giving up our recycles to one spot in Nanaimo, so we're not worried about people driving in from Chase River, the 1,500 cars a day or wherever, driving around putting the recycling away. That's why we want more spaces. And this is a core commercial issue where commercial can build to property lines. So they develop out to the whole edge of the property, and we realized, I think it was back in 2003 or so, or 4 was the last sort of machination of this $3,000 per site parking. So you can pay for every site on your lot. Just pay the $3,000. That's in our rules in the flagged area, like the no DCCs that we develop in these areas. So we want development in this area. Nanaimo is a hard place to develop when you talk to some of the people that are working in Victoria, Kelowna, and that. We have a lot of rules. It's paying off. We're starting to get some really nice infrastructure. But I support this. And parking in a core downtown, as Councillor Brennan said, is the important switch. If we start making it harder for everybody to park right in front of the place they want to go, maybe we'll change some of those value decisions. But the trouble is, we're not willing to walk when it's raining 10 blocks even, or 5 blocks. We want the car to drive right to the door. I mean, you look at some of the buildings, people are pulling up wherever they want. I mean, you go to Paris, people park everywhere. They push the car in front of them. They move it forward. They push it forward, back their way in. And we get kind of hung up on parking. There's quite an arbitrage of parking. Like I say, there's no tax dollars in that parking service. It's all user pay and user fees. So I support this type of issue just because of the development. A hotel, some short-term accommodation in Nanaimo. I think it's a place that hasn't had a new building probably since the courthouse. So it's been a few years since that area's had any construction. The other block up farther, or going north, has past Cornell School, has done a lot. But that block, I like this, and the parking, we're always pinching the parking, but there's a lot of people now, that younger generation, that don't have cars. They just don't. And I don't think anybody's going to walk from BC Ferries. I see a few people when I go back and forth there, but they're going to take a cab, or they're going to do something, or that great bus system or something. They're going to do that. And it's a downtown hotel. So I understand the view of the parking, but I support this.
Thank you. Councillor Beswick.
Thanks. I just want to go back to when I first spoke. I didn't say I wasn't going to support the project. I said I was and am frustrated with the parking. And parking is a common thread of frustration that I receive as many complaints about parking in Nanaimo from residents throughout Nanaimo, and not just downtown and not just here. I get more complaints about that than anything, I think. So do I prefer to see a project built on that property versus what it is today? Absolutely. Do I have my fingers crossed that parking isn't going to be an impediment and drive more bylaw enforcement officer compliances?
than we already deal with, yes. But, so I'm going to support the project because we need to have growth and development and economy in downtown, and this is one of them. Parking's a nuisance. Thanks.
Councillor Hong.
Thank you. I'd support the project if I could make an amendment that we get $60,000 from 20. So they're equivalent to 45 stalls, have 25 on site, and 20 that they have to pay. So I'd like to make a motion to have that amendment that we make. Can we do that?
That would require a bylaw change, would it not, Mr. Lindsay?
Your Worship, I think you would be able to achieve the same thing as Councillor Hong's suggesting by simply not approving the variance related to the parking. So if you didn't approve that variance, then 45 stalls would continue to be provided. 25 will only, based on this design, can only be provided on site, meaning they would have to buy out the other 20, would come to the same conclusion, slightly different approach.
Sounds good. So I'd like to have these read one by one. Sir Adam, if I may, sir.
And it's already been moved and
Already
seconded,
moved and
so
seconded.
you could actually now vote on them, Sari Adam, if you'd like then.
Thank you.
Or just an amendment to the 1 point and vote on all
Well,
of them?
so Mr. Lindsay is just saying that we do not approve the parking variance. Then by default, it'll go to staff, and by default, they'll have to pay $60,000 for the difference of the 20 stalls. Is that correct, Mr. Lindsay?
That is correct.
Thank you.
And, Your Worship, if there could just be an agreement from the mover and seconder, because it's kind of a friendly amendment to do it, Sari Adam. So it was moved by Councillor Kipp and seconded by Councillor Hong to this motion. So
I think that's,
Thank you.
it's a fair process.
Okay, so the amendment would be then, Ms. Curry?
you're just going to vote on them, Sari Adam. So you're going to, the motion's been made that council issue development permit DP 1054 at 440 Selby Street with the following variances. So you'll vote on each variance on their own. So the first one is reduce the front yard setback from 4.6 meters to 0 meters. So then you would vote on that one, and then et cetera.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fuller.
I like the idea of doing it in seriatim, actually, because that way I can support some of the variances. I just won't support the parking, period. With regards to what's there now, it's a daycare. So let's kick the kids out, throw in something that the rich folk from out of town can come in and buy, and we'll send the kids somewhere else. No, I'm kidding.
Dale?
But that is what's there right now. So yes, the area does have its issues, but there is a lot of development actually going on in that area. There are multifamily homes going in, multiple units going in. There's a number of them going in within a few blocks of that. So the area is changing. Doing it in seriatim, I can support some of the changes, and I just...
And I don't actually think we can, so Dale's been flagging me down. So I apologize.
Oh,
I
well,
think
then
I was
I won't
wrong.
support it.
So Dale, Mr. Lindsay's going to speak to this.
I'm all for the kids.
Sorry, Your Worship, can I just make a suggestion? That if council wants to consider this, then the most friendly amendment should be simply to remove bullet item number 5, which is the parking. The reason I say that is because you can't defeat the other items without defeating the entire DP, because they're all related to the form and character of that building. If you turn down one of those variances, then what you're essentially doing is saying defeat the development permit. We would go back over and start over again with the design. The one exception is the parking. You can not approve that variance, and it will not impact the form and character.
There you go. We'll do that.
So a friendly amendment to remove.
Removal of 5.
Okay.
Okay, so on the, so let's go first on the amendment, right?
A friendly amendment is just amending the motion, and you just vote on the one motion altogether. It's not a formal amendment, so it's been amended friendly to remove bullet number 5, so you can just vote on the motion and you're done.
Because I see it as trying to gouge the developer, and I would like to vote against that. I don't think it's a difficult thing to vote on whether you remove it or not, and it would give me an opportunity to vote against removing that, because I think it's an I just think it's an attempt.
Well, rather than try to debate
gouge.
that now,
Right, yeah.
what I would prefer as well is to remove that one and vote on it separately and leave the rest as they remain.
Okay, so the mover and seconder have agreed to a friendly amendment, so it would now be up to them to make it a formal amendment.
No, I'll make a motion, an amendment to the motion,
Okay.
as I have put, to remove point number 5, which is to reduce the required number of parking spaces from 45 to 35.
And Councillor Hong is seconding that. Okay, so now you'll vote on that amendment.
Right, so we can vote on that as it stands right now, and then somebody can move the motion that we vote on it separately.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to call the question then.
What's the question?
Well, the question will be that council issue the development variance permit with the following variances: 1, 2, 3, 4, not the 5th one, and the 6th one. So that's what we're voting on right now.
Well, right now, we're voting on the removal of dot number 5.
Yes.
Just that one in itself. That's what we're voting on.
Okay, because we're going to do it separately. Okay, so on that, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Now I'll make a motion to the recommendation dot 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, and 6.
Okay.
That is the front yard setback, north yard setback, rear yard setback, maximum building height, and the required number of loading spaces.
Now
Those
you're
variants.
just- now-
Perfect. Okay,
now
so
it's-
on that then, on the amended motion, Councillor Fuller?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Councillor Brennan?
What?
You're on here.
Oh, okay, you're responding to my request to speak. Okay. So now we're voting on, we have already removed 45 to 35 parking spaces. Now we are voting on the balance left.
Correct.
No, I don't want to talk about that.
Okay. Very good. Call the question then. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Now, thank you, Councillor Yocum.
I would like to make a motion to,
Oh, it's all done now.
no, I was going to the parking one.
No, it's been removed, so
It's been removed, but
it's removed from the motion, they're not dealing with it. Now, stay
One
go
that
back to
Dale
Dale.
said was the only standalone.
Well, just to finish up
I
speaking.
did vote,
Okay, I was confused, and I thought we were going to discuss the parking one, and I was going to make a motion to go as says, because I don't want to lose a project over 10 stalls.
So, no, I understand what Councillor Yocum is talking about, and you're proposing to bring a motion now to vote on reducing the required number of parking spaces from 45 to 35.
Exactly, from the
Okay.
original motion.
And I believe.
And then we can debate it then.
Okay,
Yes.
so that's been moved by Councillor Yocum and seconded by Councillor Brennan. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to that? Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. Mr. Lindsay told us it didn't matter. So the parking stalls, the hotel is not going to be built without parking stalls. And whatever amount less than the 35 that staff has determined through their deliberations is what is required, not 45, then anything less than that, we're going to be paid $3,000 a stall. Period. That's what I heard said. So it was irrelevant if we said 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 5. It was irrelevant because whatever it's built with, they're going to make up the difference to 35 with $3,000 a stall. That's what I heard. But what I heard was that they were asking for a 10-stall subsidy, if you will, and pay. So it's really irrelevant. It could be 20. They're going to pay us for 15 stalls. It could be 30, and they're going to pay us for 5 stalls. Like, that's what I took out of the conversation. Mr. Lindsay, could you please confirm or deny for me what I heard was accurate or inaccurate or a reasonable facsimile or so?
If I understand your comment, it's regardless of how council votes on the variance, at the end of the day, there'll be 25 parking stalls on the property, full stop. what I was getting to was earlier was Councillor Hong's point was if the variance is approved down to 35, they'll then have to pay the difference of 10 or $30,000. If the variance is not approved, then they would have to pay the difference of 20, which would, of course, then double what they would owe us for the buyout. But you're correct in that the end result, the number of physical stalls on the property, does not change regardless of how council votes on this item.
Yes.
Right. Thank you. However, 2 councillors have requested that this motion go forward, so I would respect that wish. Councillor Brennan.
I think that it is taking an opportunity to gouge money from someone who's willing to come into our downtown, which we, desperately want, and we're going to take advantage of that and gouge them for money. And I just don't want that kind of reputation for Nanaimo. I think we've heard more often than we want that Nanaimo is not open for business. So our staff brings us a recommendation, and we say, no, let's stick them for more. And it offends me, that's all.
Thank you.
And I wanted an opportunity to vote on that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kep.
Well, I see it differently. This is the bylaw. We're now going to the bylaw. And what he was requesting was a reduction from what our bylaw states. So from a planning perspective, the builder knew that he needed 45 sites if he went over and designed it. I see the architect sitting here. He knows the rules. He knows that they would have to buy the sites they couldn't fit on site, so he puts as many as necessary for their business proposal. And that's not gouging. Gouging would be running a stream through a guy's acreage and taking 15 meters on either side of a ditch that used to be on the edge of his property, now we want through it. That would be gouging, and that's coming up next week. This is just making the guy live to a payment that is in our bylaw that says if you can't provide the sites on your site, you pay a fee. And the fee has been established at $3,000. So we've gouged a bunch of other people for that $3,000. Any commercial buildings that have been built in the downtown core have not had parking, and they pay $3,000 a site for all the sites the bylaw required. Sometimes we've done a reduction from 1.66 for residential down to 1.25 or 1.2 spices per metric layout or whatever the rule was on that one. So this is not gouging. This is making this person live to what a lot of other people have paid in Nanaimo for supplying parking sites. I would suggest the old train station. They must have paid some money in their development because they don't have parking on site, a pub. And when I said it wasn't developed, this street wasn't developed. There's lots of multis going around it, and they're supplying some parking on site too, and some of them don't have to. But this is not gouging. This is making a guy, we've given him a variance for setback, a variance for north side setback, a variance for reduced rear yard setback. Height is really only a couple meters, and then loading zone they don't need. So we're giving them lots, and we're just making them live to the rule as written for 45 sites. And that's just, to me, it's not gouging. I see it as we just removed one of their requests. So I can vote in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. I feel the same way as Councillor Kipp. If they wanted the other 10 or 25 spots or 20, they could have built another floor of parking. How much would that have cost? I think $60,000 we're asking for is a deal. And that's why I support it, plain and simple. They've gotten all the other variances. I think form and character are great. It's about parking. What are we going to do with $3,000 per stall? How much is it going to cost us to fix these parking stalls that they're using? We have to pay for that. It's not like they pay every year. This is one-time fee. And now we're stuck with those cars that are going to use our facilities forever.
But they pay their user fee.
Councillor.
Yeah, but we still have to pay to fix our lot. So this is nothing for them to use it. And I think it's a good deal for them to do this. They can build another floor. Then they have to fix it themselves. So this is why I do it. And anyways, we know it's a hotel. They end up passing that to the person that stays there anyway. That's how all hotels do it. They have the parking. Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, I just want to go on record, this is not about gouging for me, this is about parking. That neighborhood is already overstressed by lack of parking spots, and add a hotel into the mix with no parking is only going to stress out the neighbors even more. We deal with it on a regular basis. We hear the complaints. So just want it on record, this is not about gouging for me, it's just about parking availability. Thank you.
Councillor Fuller.
This has nothing to do with gouging. This is their proposal is a buy 10, get 10 free deal. We're just saying that you want to buy 10, you buy 10 more. It's that simple. There's no sale here. There's no gouging here. I don't think we should be in the business of offering sales. So if they want to file the bylaw, I think they're getting off quite good at $3,000 a stall. Because I'm hoping the bylaw, when it finally is revised, is going to double that. So, yeah, there's no gouging.
Councillor Brennan.
Yeah, I just want to be clear that passing this does not create any more parking at all, probably less. So just so we're clear that the pulling that out didn't result in more parking.
Okay, thank you. No more speakers. We're going to call the question, and we clearly need to understand that we're going to issue this development permit, 440 Selby Street, with this variation. Reduce the required number of parking spaces from 45 to 35. That's what we're voting on. All those in favor? Opposed? Show Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Fuller, Councillor Kipp, and Councillor Hong opposed. Motion carries. Next item, development variance permit application number DVP 326 at 3604 Hammond Bay Road. To be introduced by Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. This next application is, as you mentioned, a development variance permit for a property at 3604 Hammond Bay Road. In this case, it's a variance to the side yard, very minor variance in order to allow for the conversion of an existing carport to be closed in and converted into a garage.
Thank you. It's requested that council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to DVP 326 at 3604 Hammond Bay Road. For the second time, anyone wishing to speak with respect to DVP 326 at 3604 Hammond Bay Road. And for the third and final time.
Move staff's recommendation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bestwick. Councillor Bestwick is moving the recommendation, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Discussion. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. The next one is a bylaw contravention notice. Construction started without a building permit at 5876 Shadow Mountain Road. To be introduced by Mr. Dale Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. Maybe I'll take the opportunity to introduce the next four items. They're all notices on title that are related either to construction without necessary permits or works completed without necessary inspections. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions on any of those items.
Thank you very much. It's requested that council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to bylaw contravention notice at 5876 Shadow Mountain Road. Anyone wishing to speak to 5876 Shadow Mountain Road for the second time? And for the third and final time? Seeing none, someone prepared to move the recommendation.
Move staff's recommendation that council direct the corporate officer of the bylaw contravention notice and land title and survey authority under Section 57 of the Community Charter for the property located at 5876 Shadow Mountain Road for construction started without a building permit contravention, number 7224, 2016.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Discussion. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. The next one is 643 Beach Drive. And it's requested that council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to bylaw contravention notice at 643 Beach Drive. For the second time, anyone wishing to speak to 643 Beach Drive? And for the third and final time.
I would move that council direct the corporate officer to file a bylaw contravention notice at the Land Title Survey Authority of British Columbia under Section 57 of the Community Charter for the property located at 6643 Beach Drive due to the use of the dwelling as a marijuana grow operation.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Discussion. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. The next one is another bylaw.
Your Worship, this, on a side note, does staff have any idea of how many damaged buildings we've had over the last while because of some of these unlicensed or licensed grow-ops?
I'm sorry, I don't know off the top of my head. It's certainly a number I could get back to council. What I would say is there was a time period where we were bringing forward a number of these on a regular basis. That changed somewhat when we started to see the federal government move to licensing small home grow operations. But I could certainly follow up with council on that.
Interesting to know because they cause a lot of damage.
Councillor Hong.
Thank you. On that note, I want to know what neighbors have the ability to do because of the odor. Like I know that there's licensed, so under our bylaws, do we have anything that neighbors can use to say that this is an odor coming from them? Do we have any ability to mandate some sort of a scuffer or something that filters or anything like that? Is there anything like that?
I assume Councillor Hong's referring to the facilities that have licenses from.
Well, I don't know, just houses. Like I said, like you said, you don't know which ones are, but you can obviously, if you can smell them, what do neighbors, if they don't want like the smell, do they have anything they can come to us about?
I don't think there's any current nuisance bylaw per se that would allow us to pursue that. But I think if someone has a general complaint, they should make it known to our bylaw department.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is 9E, bylaw contravention notice. Construction started without a building permit at 5800 Bradbury Road. Is there anyone wishing to speak to 5800 Bradbury Road? For the second time, anyone wishing to speak to 5800 Bradbury Road? And for the third and final time? Seeing no one?
So move that council direct the corporate officer to file a bylaw contravention notice at Land Title Survey Act Authority of British Columbia under Section 57 of the Community Charter for the property located at 5800 Bradbury Road for construction started without a building permit in contravention of building bylaw 7224/2016.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Discussion. Councillor Hong?
No, that was
No? Okay, thank you. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one is a bylaw contravention notice, construction not completed as per conditions of the building permit at 342 Cordan Street. And it's requested that council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to bylaw contravention notice at 342 Cordan Street. We've got time for all of you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Councillors and all the staff, support staff. I'm Mike Klassen from the Whole Show Restorations. I've been in business for 25 years. 23 of those years I've been incorporated. I've always followed rules, always done my due diligence. On this particular claim, we like to call it, we missed a building inspection. Now, I don't know if any of you have gone through a home warranty insurance, but it takes a long time to get done. It takes 2 years minimum. When we go in to assess the damage, we can't answer any questions from the client. We can only go in and discuss what the insurance company wishes us to fix. Now, in this particular home, the slab has insulation, a polyvapor barrier insulation in floor heating and concrete. And the fill that was originally put into the slab was wet and it sank substantially. We've got some photos here if anybody wants to look later on. We were called in to remove the slab. Now, we didn't do anything structural on the home. And because we weren't doing anything structural, we really didn't need to even take a building permit out in the first place. But being a good citizen and a good company, we did do our due diligence and we did take out the slabs. We had one inspection prior to the poly barrier put in, the insulation, and the in-floor heating, including the concrete, and we missed that inspection. Now, we've been trying to make a few proposals with the building department, and now I'm going to work with Dale here, hopefully on Wednesday, on the 4th, to meet with the buildings inspectors again. The consequences of what we have to do is devastating to our company as a whole, and we apologize to Angie, everybody that we missed this inspection. It's human error. The consequences of trying to repair this is in $100,000 to $140,000, which is very tough on us. And I've had a lot of sleepless nights because we made this mistake. It was suggested from the building department that we go through our insurance, errors and omissions. Construction companies do not get errors and omissions. We do not sign off on anything. We are not engineers. We are not selling insurance. We are not that type of company. Insurance, and we have activated our insurance. Insurance does not also cover human error, although our insurance company is involved, and this is unprecedented for them, and they are looking into it because we are in the insurance industry and we have a very, very good reputation of doing the right thing. In fact, we've won awards as well. We have discussed scenarios, not to throw the city of Nanaimo or the building department under the bus, but scenarios on what we could do with other jurisdictions because we work with the regional district, the city of Parksville, the city of Nanaimo, all up and down the island, and we've never been in this scenario. And we asked what they would suggest we do, and they suggested that we provide declarations from the subtrades that came in, and which we have. There's a few other items that we can do that are a little destructive but less intrusive to the homeowner, which has been going through this tragedy for a while as well, and this is just another layer to the tragedy. And so I'm crossing my fingers that our insurance may come through, number one. You know, I'm not sure if it's going to come through. I can't guarantee that, but we've gone that route. I'm also hoping that I can work with Dale here and Mr. Lindsay with the staff to see what we can do to rectify this without going through removing all the interior walls, taking out the concrete, taking out the rigid insulation, take out the polyurethane, putting it in the dump, and starting from fresh. I'm at a loss right now, to tell you the truth, and it's I've got a staff of about 25 to 30 members that work for me, and I'm concerned for their well-being because if we take this loss, it's going to be huge on us. Angie, on the same token, does not want to have this on her title, which I don't blame her. You know, when she goes to sell the house, she does have to come forth with the challenges she's had on the home, but on the same token that she doesn't want it on her title. And if we can work with Dale and their staff members to come to something simplistic to solve the problem where it's not financially devastating to us, that would be great. If we can't, I got a long, long hill to climb. And I don't know if you guys have any questions for me at all.
Any questions for the delegation? Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So I heard somewhat piecing it here. And obviously the city doesn't have too much say, obviously, with the insurance people. So if you're working with our staff, so is your request this evening more time, like time out this?
I need some more time, number one, for insurance. I need more time because I need to talk to Mr. Lindsay here and the staff members to see if we can come up with some solutions. I have done emails back and forth, and in their defense, emails really, go back and forth, and they don't really solve any problems. We need to sit down and say, what could we do to make everybody happy? I mean, I don't want to put any liabilities on any of the city here or the staff members. Times have changed. Building inspectors don't inspect for buildings, they inspect for liabilities now. And this is a liability. Do I think it's a liability? No, absolutely not. I've been in the business a long time. I mean, we put a 10-year warranty on the job because we're that confident. We've compacted that slab better than the inland highway. I mean, you can drive a truck on that with the engineering we had to do on that.
Sorry, no, I mean to interrupt. So your request from our tonight would be some time.
Yeah, I do need time.
And then you hopefully have the space to work out what the space needs to have a sit down instead of throwing emails back and forth.
That's correct. And the other thing too, though, but my other concern is I would like to expedite it for Angie's sake because she has a rental unit downstairs and we have a lack of rent around the community as well. And we know that slab's not going anywhere. We know it's better than it was before. We are that confident in it, but to remove it because we didn't have a site of seeing the slab is just, it's absolutely mind-boggling to me.
Okay, it's sad to ask that. What was request? Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the problem you're having. What are some of the solutions you've looked at for solving it? Is it coring out a piece of the concrete to look at that's there in a couple of spots, improving the insulation and the compaction? Or is there anything like that talked about?
Yeah,
because it's section, if it's section 57 is registered against the title, it can come off once an inspection is done. It's about, I think, $350 to remove that, but that would be proof that the work had been done. So, I mean, you'd have to core the slab out, some pieces of it out, drill down, get a compaction rating and things like that. Is that what you're talking about? Or?
We do have one area of the home we can core into. The rest of the home is in-floor slab heating. So we took all the interior partition walls out, and all the heating goes throughout all the homes.
So it's coiled all the way through?
To guesstimate, and they also want expansion, they want to check for expansion by the cold joints where the insulation meets as well. And that, again, could compromise the in-floor heating, and then we're going to deconstruction.
Yeah, so how much time would you need to try and deal with this? Like you've been since, even March or April, May, it's been a bit of time and you've been struggling through it. How much more time would you need, do you think you could come with some solutions?
Well, if we come up with a solution that works for all parties, I would like to go in there and get it done right away. I mean, I have to talk to Mr. Lindsay here and the staff members as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, but as far as getting it done, I'd want to get in there tomorrow, core it out, and check it out. I've even hired an engineer that made a proposal to the city as well. But again, going back and forth with emails, we just don't seem to be on the same sort of page right now. Which I'm sure we can. I mean, everybody's in here for the benefit of everybody, and I think, unfortunately, human error. I mean, we've all made a mistake. And this is just one that we've made that's really one I don't want to have. I mean, financially, mentally, and from a reputational point of view, because we have a strong reputation in the community.
Thank you very much, sir. I don't see any other questions.
No, and just to reiterate, the $350, if it's on, that's not we'll pay to get that off. In fact, we even suggested to put our 10-year warranty on the title, but then again, Mrs. Angie's not concerned about if she's selling a house, they have anybody questions about that as well. So, thank you, guys.
Councillor Hong?
I had one question.
Question for you.
If you couldn't do a core sample through the floor, couldn't you do it through the foundation going sideways?
We could do the foundation sideways, but what we're looking for is the vapor seal and the R value. Our suggestion is to core through the storage room where there is no in-floor heating, and then we can say, okay, well, there's the insulation, there's poly, then it must be continuous through the home.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking going sideways.
Yeah, well, on sideways, I don't think we're going to get much on the side, and then we're also dealing with, pretty thick concrete wall too.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Any other questions? No, thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Please.
I won't take much time since it's getting late. So we've obviously had lots
You have
of.
to give us your name.
Oh, I'm Angela Clark. I'm the homeowner.
Thank you.
As much as I love to advertise my address. We've had lots of communication. I've been in the loop between the city, building inspections, Aviva Home Warranty, and Whole Show Restoration. I have asked Aviva Home Warranty to provide me in writing their commitment also to the project, so that if Whole Show, does not complete the job, that Aviva is committed to hiring a second company to come in and to complete the renovation. I'm tired of waiting. I want to enjoy my house. I want to live my life. This renovation means that me and my family need to find a rental, short-term rental, move my children away from their school. I don't even know where we'd go. So this is awful, and I don't want to give him much more time. I appreciate that he's a business owner, but at the end of the day, it impacts me and my family. I don't want red tape. The house is plagued. All the realtors know all about it in the town. It's just, I don't want any more notices on titles and red, X's all over my house, and I just want it to be fixed. And so what I'm asking for is to have a bit of an extension so that he can figure out his insurance company. If he doesn't figure it out within, 30 days, I've been already calling the ombudsman at Aviva to try and say, okay, this is taking too long. There's got to be. And I think the last communication I had with Aviva, I think that they are also getting frustrated with the amount of time that we've been giving. So I think that they're starting to put some pressure on. So I'm hoping that the meeting on Wednesday might go well, but we'll see. So,
You're in the house now?
yeah, we're in the house now.
Okay, great. Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So is there anyone prepared to move the recommendation? Councilor Bestwick.
Thank you. Well, I have a couple of questions on the staff report. It's really hard to try to get caught up to speed on a page report on something like this, but it indicates here on the background that an under-slab plumbing inspection passed on March 17th, 2016. Then further on in the bullet points, it indicates that to return to the project on March 31st to see about what its status of the project was, it was too late at that point in time because of the work that had been undertaken to do an under-slab insulation inspection. So if an under-slab plumbing inspection passed, what comes first?
So, Your Worship, the first step in the inspection process was followed. So that rough-in plumbing inspection was done. So normally staff would be called in after that for the under-slab inspection, the rough-in plumbing as outlined in the report. We simply weren't called back for any of those inspections. So at the end of the year, when the permit's about to expire, staff attended the site to see that, in fact, it had all been completed. So at that point, staff are unable to retroactively go through those checks and sign-offs that we would normally do had we attended the site throughout the construction.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to understand how serious framing. So is framing, because it's identified as one of the three subjects as not being able to be inspected, what would need to be, and I'm not suggesting that, okay, everybody can go out there and start building stuff and you don't need anything inspected, but clearly this isn't done by an amateur.
No, Your Worship, and nor are we suggesting that there's any obvious life safety issues here. The problem we have is we cannot sign off on a building permit unless our building officials have had eyes on each step of the process. So we can't, at this point, walk away and sign off the building permit's been done when, in fact, we haven't completed any of that work. It's an unfortunate circumstance, but there's no there's no way to retroactively give those approvals.
So I'm really challenged by this one, because also in the summary points, and we all know this, but I'm just going to read it. Registration of bylaw contravention notice is required in title of the affected property to advise those with an interest in the property of the regulations contravened, to provide disclosure to future owners, and to protect taxpayers against potential claims with regard to the regulations contravened. To protect taxpayers against potential claims with regard to the regulations contravened. In this particular, so to me, it's not a one size fits all to me. What taxpayers?
So what taxpayers?
So if somebody wants to come and buy the house, that potential taxpayer?
No, Your Worship, what we mean when we say that is that to play out the scenario, if someone buys the house, they check with the city, they had a building permit, their expectation is all the inspections were done, but then they have some problem with one of the systems. They find out afterwards that there's a problem. They come back to the city and say, you didn't do your proper job, you didn't do your inspection, therefore the city's now liable. So when we talk about the taxpayers, we're talking about all of the taxpayers of the city of Nanaimo.
I have a ton of empathy and sympathy in this situation for all of the reasons that have been expressed by the delegations. And somebody very close to me is going through the same thing. Same thing. And it doesn't, and because it's closer to me than the majority of these things, I just throw a title on it. There are so many inequities. And I can provide countless examples. I don't know these people. There has to be a compromise. I can't imagine a gentleman coming to us and saying that he's done the work. And if people come in front of us and lie, then I would have a huge problem with that. So if I'm being told right now that to determine whether or not the framing and the rough-in plumbing is done to code or not, and there's in-floor heating throughout it, so I suspect that the other materials that would be underneath the slab are done. I'm just making an assumption. Rough-in plumbing and framing? And so to rip this up, to prove that is going to be 100 is 6 figures? It kind of, you start to say, what's the return on the investment here? Why the hell would I do it? I can't afford it, and if the insurance isn't going to cover it, then now what? So then, and then if we do, so we should go in then and do the testing, and if it's not built the way they said it was built, then we recover it. We're saying you can't. We're not going to give you. We're not going to sign off because we don't think that we haven't been able to inspect it. They're saying, no, it was done properly, but we missed that piece. Rough-in plumbing. Walls that we can see. So I don't have a motion other than to say whatever it's going to take to resolve this matter before, then we have to me, this is one of those situations we have to help. I don't know what that is.
Done? Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to clarify that we're here tonight simply for the notice on title. We're not, and again, staff at this point are not aware of any life safety issues. We're not recommending any further action. We're not, for example, here asking for a remedial action order where we want something demolished or necessarily taken apart. From our perspective, if a notice on title is placed on the property, at that point we would close the file and walk away. We're not going to require any further work to be done at all. Now, I understand the property owner saying, I'm not prepared to have a notice on title and I want someone to address it to make sure it's resolved. And I would suggest at that point it's a discussion between the property owner and the company that resulted in this situation. But from the city's perspective, we're not requiring any amount of demolition. We're recommending that the liability issue be addressed through a notice on title, and that would be the end of the story for us.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
I was just going to make a motion. I wanted to make a motion that we refer this to staff for a 30-day period and then report back.
Okay. So there's a motion to refer back to staff.
To work with staff, as he has suggested, to see if they can come up with a solution, and then if not, then in 30 days we can make a decision as to putting it on title.
Okay, so on the motion to refer, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Did the people understand that? It's 30 days.
Okay. So that's where we're at. So just so everybody knows, got 30 days. Thank you. So next one, bylaw, oh, pardon me. Next one is zoning amendment bylaw 2017, number 4500-105. Councillor Armstrong.
The zoning bylaw 2017, number 4500.105, RA 373, to rezone 3598 Norwell Drive from single dwelling residential R1 to row house residential R7 be adopted.
Thank you very much. Seconded by Councillor Hong. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Now we move. Now,
Do we need that?
No.
Receive the ballot?
No, we don't normally receive the bylaw status sheet. No, thank you. Next one is under correspondence. First one is 11A. Ms. Samra.
We'll move receipt of the correspondence. We have to move the receipt of the correspondence?
Your Worship, and Ms. Samra, maybe she's not on, but I thought she might have been saying something about correspondence this evening, but no, yes, no?
We're going to have a conversation about correspondence, but that is at the mayor and council briefing. But I just draw everybody's attention that the respectful workplace policy applies in this forum and at this meeting, and that it is the duty of the chair to ensure that any speakers that come to the podium abide by that.
Thank you. So, with respect to item number 11A, correspondence from Mr. Ed Chan regarding Rosalind Goldner investigation and findings. Mr. Ed Chan has asked to be a delegation. Mr. Chan.
Your Worship, you should receive the correspondence first.
Motion to receive.
Yeah.
Okay, motion to receive. Seconded by Councillor Yocum. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Mr. Chan.
She's asking about you.
See that?
My name is Ed Chan, Nanaimo, BC. Good evening. Labor lawyer Rosalind Goldner has authored a report concerning allegations of bullying, harassment, and violence at our city's workplace. I believe an executive summary.
Request to speak. Those are unsubstantiated reporting of what allegations were put before Rosalind Goldner. So I'm going to correct the record that those are not the allegations that were put forth to Ms. Goldner. So those have not been released, and that's not an accurate statement.
Okay. My apologies. I believe an executive summary and a redacted report of Ms. Goldner's investigation and findings should be released to the public as soon as possible. Why? Firstly, because the people of Nanaimo have a real and legitimate public interest in seeing and knowing that all of our city staff and all of our political leaders have a safe and civil workplace in which to do our city's work. Secondly, releasing an executive summary and a redacted report of Ms. Goldner's investigations and findings would allow Nanaimoites to see and hear from an unbiased and independent third party. It would serve to clear the air on what's been happening at our City Hall. It is extremely unhealthy for our city's political discourse for this conversation to be dominated by speculation and incomplete and perhaps incorrect information. Releasing Ms. Goldner's report would increase the transparency and accountability of our council and our City Hall. Ms. Goldner's report can offer Nanaimoites an unbiased and independent set of observations on the health of our city's workplace. Thirdly, releasing Ms. Goldner's findings of fact, recommendations, the procedures that govern staff-council interactions, and the expectations for council behavior while in the presence of staff will provide a crucial benefit. It will let citizens know, it'll let staff know.
I'm just going to jump in there again because you're making statements that assume the content of the report. There has been no report out on the findings of fact, the recommendations, and to assume that those are the content of the report is erroneous.
This will allow citizen staff, our present council, prospective candidates for future councils to know clearly the standards of conduct and behavior our city upholds. Fourthly and lastly, I'd like to touch on the issues of racism and sexism. Carleton University professor Zoe Todd stated, "The hostility towards Ms. Sammer reflects broader legacies of racism and sexism that shape our country's history."
Point of order, since nobody else is going to be calling it. This is a delegation that is speaking to the Rosner-Goldner report. It is not a delegation that is speaking to previous petitions which have appeared on council agendas. It is inappropriate to be making any comments whatsoever to an item that has already appeared on the agenda. Please restrict your comments to the Rosner-Goldner report.
Sir. Sir, go ahead.
Releasing Ms. Goldner's report will help to put outstanding questions of behavior at City Hall to rest. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have no questions for you, sir. Thank you. Next item, question period. No.
My name is Bill Manning. I have a question for Mr. Lindsay, but he's gone. Perhaps someone else could answer. In the review that he talked about the parking models used for downtown, are they going to be using the model that's currently used by the Coast Bastion? Right now, we have the Coast Bastion that pays a monthly fee or a yearly fee for parking, yet we're allowing a other hotel to only pay a one-time fee per stall.
Mr. Lindsay, you're on. You just turned yourself off. There you go.
Thank you, Worship. It's getting late. Sorry, if I understood the question, is how will this proposed hotel relate to the arrangement that the city has with the Coast Bastion Hotel?
My question was, you mentioned earlier about a review that was going on. Is the review going to use the model that the Coast Bastion is paying for, or is it going to use the model that was proposed for the $3,000 one-time fee instead of a ongoing?
Yeah. Your Worship, I would say that review is still ongoing, so I don't know the end result of that, but I would suggest that it'll likely be a combination of both. We'll still have areas of the community where no parking is required, such as our downtown core, and there may be opportunities to use cash in lieu. It is a viable option when we're trying to achieve some of our other objectives around urban design and urban planning.
I'd like to address it if I could.
Councillor Kipp would like to answer your question as well, sir.
They're slightly two different issues. Typically, throughout the downtown core, if you are designing a building and you can't make your parking allotment, then you pay the $3,000. The Coast Bastion is actually leasing back parking spaces that the city developed in the parkade, and then they rent those out at a premium, I believe, to their clients. So they pay a block rate to have those, and they don't have any reserve, but they pay us money so that they can resell to their clients for the parking. So it's a bit different application of a bylaw. So you can buy parking spaces if you can't facilitate on site, or you can lease parking spaces from one of our parking sites and pay us a fee. So the Coast Bastion pays us a fee for renting the sites so that they can resell them to their guests. So it's a different...
I believe that every hotel collects a premium from their guests for parking.
Well, they make money. They make money, yes. Thank you. Did that explain it?
It did. Thank you.
Huh? Yeah, casino, same thing.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My question is actually regarding the addendum today. Does Council remember sometime earlier this year where it was discussed that we would reserve for the addendum basically housekeeping items and not put reports and other items in the addendum? Do we remember that? The conversation was held earlier this year, suggested by staff at the time. The reason I'm asking is because when we get these reports in the addendums, or if staff decides to give a report the day of the meeting, the general public doesn't have an opportunity to prepare a presentation on that. Literally, we were getting minutes notice of presentations and reports being made to council. And I don't think it's fair to the public to be able to not have this opportunity to voice their opinion and make presentations on things that are in council's meetings.
So your question is?
Is staff going to go back to what we've been doing for the last number of months where they put on the addendums just housekeeping items, or are they going to be starting adding reports in again like they used to a long time ago?
Okay.
So the purpose of the addendum is to permit late items to come forward, and there's several categories. Housekeeping, I don't believe, is one of them. They're important issues that require timeliness. So in this instance, the provision of the awards to the city in recognition at the UBCM, as well as the recognition of Charlotte Davis, were important items to bring forward in celebration in our community. Also, the request for more information on the organizational structure and exempt staff has been a pressure on council, and they have been demanding that city staff provide that information to them. Those items are available. You're certainly able to correspond and seek clarification on any of those things. Things will be up on the website, and we have met our duty in terms of bringing things forward on the addendum.
Okay, so, sure.
To have a motion from council to go beyond the hour of 11.
Or I could just take the next 30 seconds and we'd be done.
I got to do the motion, sir.
Well, actually, I believe we have to continue this, and then once I'm done, then you would make the motion.
Ms. Curry.
We have been waiting until the current matter is done, and then we move. That's what
Okay.
that's what the bylaw says.
Thank you. Carry on, sir.
Okay. I guess the next part is there any plans to include the public in the consultation on the future of the NER in our city? We've been having a lot of conversations on that, and reports have come to council, but there actually hasn't been any suggestion of involving the public in this conversation. And I was wondering if council has any plans to do that.
NRE. The NRE?
Yeah.
Okay.
What did I say?
We don't know.
It's late.
So I would suggest at this point, we have not even determined what the conversation would be about.
So,
as it stands right now, the motions that are on the floor are to send this off to the RDN, refer this to the RDN. So we've got nothing to discuss at this particular moment in time until such time as council passes one of the potential options that were provided to us.
Okay. Could I just put that bug in your ear then, hopefully in the future, that if you do have the opportunity, I believe the public would love to take this conversation and have a public input to the city on that.
I couldn't agree more with it. Thank you.
Okay. Lastly, will the most excellent report by staff on the exodus of staff be on the website tomorrow so that we can review it?
Your Worship, I would like to point out that the respectful workplace policies in place and the type of language and tone that was just demonstrated by the person at the podium is inappropriate. So if the question will be, will the report on the organizational structure of the City of Nanaimo be placed as it is in all occasions on our website the next day? Yes, the answer is that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And I guess I won't read the other question. It would just be shot down again. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So, motion to go beyond 11 or to adjourn.
Is there more questions or motion to adjourn and nobody standing up?
Councillor Bestwick has asked for a motion to adjourn. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Armstrong. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
What happened at
We're adjourned.
UBCM with the 3 years?